Hello, 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 folks. I hope y'all are having a great weekend so far. How's everybody doing today? Also, thank you, Sadie Beth, for the subscription. I will give you the special thank you screen as soon as we go live here in just about 1 minute. Hey, Disredis, welcome to the stream. Good to see you here today. I hope you're having a great weekend. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. The timer has counted down. So, welcome everybody. Good to see you all here today. And also, too, I wanted to say thank you to Sadie Beth 13. Thank you so much for subscribing. You're very cool. Thank you, Sadie Beth. And I hope you're having a great day. How's everybody doing? Thank you to all the early birds who showed up on time. I have a feeling that about 1 hour into the stream, we are going to get a sudden influx of people who did not realize that the times have changed, literally, for Eastern time, which is my time zone. We sprung forward this weekend. And so, yes, the stream is technically an hour earlier. I despise daylight savings time, but I gotta live in it. So here we are. Hey, brother, and Arwen, and J3, welcome to the stream. Hi. Hey, Copper Lily. But yes, it is the dreaded spring forward weekend of daylight savings time. So I imagine we're, like I said, about an hour into the stream, we're going to get an influx of folks through no fault of their own, did not realize the time change, and they're going to be like, oh my goodness. Exactly. Copper Lily says, one guy wanted to play golf in the evenings, and here we are. Exactly. Yeah, they say it's for the farmers, but yeah, it's that's questionable. So, yeah, I have a very complicated relationship with daylight savings time. I like the fall back where we lose an hour and I get an hour more of sleep in the fall, but then you got to pay for it in the spring. So I'm very tired today. How's everybody else doing today? Everybody have a good weekend? I hope so. It's a pretty nice day here today. Still a little chilly out, but it's going to warm up here pretty soon. Arwen says it even messes me up in the fall for some reason. Yeah, so if y'all have ever read, there's legit studies that have been done that say like daylight savings time is legitimately dangerous to people's health. People have like more like cardiac events, especially for older people, like people with dementia or mental conditions where time is already difficult for them. Suddenly having to move things by an hour is really detrimental to health. Like, yeah, car accidents, exactly. Yep, car accidents the following Monday. Yeah. So daylight savings time is bad, and the people who implemented it should feel bad, but we got to deal with it for now. So yeah, it's wild how bad it really is. I hope I live to see the day when we get rid of it. I could vent about this for a long time, but I won't. Oh yeah, and if you have pets, it's especially hard too because you can't explain to a dog or cat why suddenly their meal time is an hour different, and they are not going to accept your explanation anyway. So yeah. Hey Dev D, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. Dev D says life would be so much easier without daylight savings. Yes, indeed it would. Arwen says, cancel the API. This is a daylight saving stream now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm rolling a little slower today just because again, I want folks who maybe didn't realize about daylight savings to have the chance to get in here if they want to show up. So Ice Fire says this will be a nice change from me learning Python. You mean getting to watch me complain about daylight savings time? But anyway, so what are we doing today? Today we are building something kind of ridiculous, but sometimes it's fun to build something ridiculous. This is an age prediction app. It uses a legit API. And the goal here is you put in your first name and you put in your country code, 2 letters, optionally, you don't have to. And then you click the button, and it's supposed to try to predict your age just based on your name and the country. I will tell you, it will get it wrong. But the point of the application isn't really to get it right, to build the perfect app. The point of what we're going to be doing today is just practicing working with client side JavaScript. A lot of the times when we build applications, especially applications where we're working with an API, a lot of the time we build out, our front end. We maybe have a little script on the client side, and then we build out a server, right? So we build out, front end and then back ends, a bunch of back end stuff. But today I wanted to build something a little bit lightweight and more client side focused, so we can practice doing fetches from the client side, because I feel like sometimes we neglect that a little bit. So fetches from the client side, and also working with a little bit of DOM manipulation. This is also something that folks, including me, aren't super like, we don't practice all that often, I don't think. So yeah, we're gonna do some fetches from the client side, as well as some DOM manipulation, and sort of just kind of keep things close to home as far as more of a client side application while still working with an outside API. Icefire says daylight came late for me. I slept in. Yeah, well, I felt like I slept in this morning because on the weekends I let myself wake up a little bit later, and I looked at I woke up kind of naturally, and I looked at my alarm, or I looked at my phone, and I was like, oh wow, yeah, I slept in. It feels so nice, all that stuff. Then I remember the time change, and I woke up at the exact same time I normally do. It just was an hour. I just lost an hour. So yeah, unfortunately, I didn't really gain anything. Yeah. But yeah, so we're going to focus on the client side today. If you're interested to see what we're going to be building, you can do !project in chat. That'll take you to the finished code in the Git repo. But yeah, let's test this out and let's see what happens. So I'm going to put in my first name, and then I'm going to put in my country code, which is 2 letters. And that is optional, but we'll do it with country code. And so I'm going to say predict. And it says predicted age for Claire from the US is 41, which is not correct. I am younger than that. So if you go ahead and you say younger, then it tells you a joke, and it says, hey, that would have been right if you lived on the planet Venus, because Venus has a shorter year than, like a shorter duration of a year than Earth does. So technically correct. And so once you've done a prediction, you can just, oh, thank you, Mohammed. Hey, Renitz. Then you can just click reset and reset the whole thing. So somebody else give me another name. I'm gonna hydrate while you do that. Mohammed, okay. McLuffin. I don't know if that would work. Jacoby. All right, we'll do Mohammed was first. We'll do them. Mohammed, 1M, okay. And we'll just do predict age without. I want to show how you can do it without a country too. Yep. So when we do that, it still works without a country. It says 53. Now, Mohammed, is that old? Are you older, younger, or same age as the prediction? You don't have to tell me the truth. You can lie. I don't care. Uh, younger. Okay. So yeah. But let's say if you were older, it would tell you you got the high score, so you win, because your age is higher than the one it predicted. And then same age is spot on. That means that the data is always correct and never ever wrong. So we should use it to make major government decisions and run healthcare and stuff like that, because it's always right. So as you can see, it is a very silly app. I have no you know make no mistake, this is an extremely silly app. It's not good for anything other than helping us practice doing client-side JavaScript, doing fetches, doing DOM manipulation, and the sort of things we want to talk about today. I'm glad you like it, Mohammed. All right, we'll do a couple more. Let's see. Jacoby. It has to be a real name. I apologize if this is a real name. I've never heard it before. So we'll do that. We'll say predict. No, okay. So it's not going to be able to do that, but we'll do come on. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Okay, come on. Are you 47 or younger, older, same age? Younger. Okay. I feel like that might be the case in most of these. Yeah, but anyway, how are we doing this? Am I just guessing random numbers? No, we're actually using an API for this, which makes it even more fun. The fact that it is so wrong. Dev is your actual name? Okay, let's do that. Dev, you want to give me a country? Oh, India. Okay, IN. Sorry, I didn't see that. IN. Hey, all right. Says you're 51, Dev. Is that older, younger, same age? Younger. Yeah. Like I said, I feel like that's what's gonna be that's gonna be most of the answers for these, but it's okay. It doesn't have to be true. So where am I getting this data? I'm actually getting it from an API. This is the API right here. It's called ageify.io. Um, thank you, Six. Probably not. Uh, but yeah, so it's an actual age prediction AI. You can check it out if you want. I don't think it's really very useful at all. How smooth! Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. But yeah, it's an age prediction API. You're supposed to be able to like mass upload CSV files and stuff. I think they're just scraping the data from across the web. Like they're looking for, posts on various social media sites where people have their name, like their first name, and then their age listed, and it's kind of averaging those things. I looked at it a little bit. It's basically just doing a probability. So it's grouping people in probability clusters for how old they are based on their name, and then picking the age with the highest probability. That doesn't mean it's right. Come on with UK? Okay, sure. But yeah, so this is the tool I'm using. You can check it out if you want. I'll put it in chat. No, it's not. It's not JavaScript Math Random in this case. Nope. It's an actual API. All right. Come on, and then we'll do UK. No, okay, so none from the UK. But if you come on, if you want to see how many other people have your name in whatever country you choose, that's information you can get from this API. Well, I shouldn't say how many people in that country. I should say how many people in their sample size that they took, that they were able to find in that particular country. So if that's something that's interesting to you, you can just call the API directly. So just like this, like it says on their homepage, you'll just do HTTPS API to ageify.io, and then parameters are name, and then country with the 2-letter abbreviation. And in the raw data that you get back, it does have their count of samples for that. Don't exist, Tom. Sorry, come on. Yeah, but maybe that's what happened. I don't know, but it's a funny API. I literally I was looking for a project to do this weekend, and I was like, man, daylight savings time is gonna be tripping people up all over the place. Why don't we just do something silly? And so I looked up, like, I just Googled for like silly APIs, and this is one of the ones that came up. So I figured this would be fun. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Oh, by the way, before we get started, I do have closed captions available. So if closed captioning is something you want and or need, you can hover your mouse over the right side of your viewing window, and a little closed caption icon should appear. You can click that to enable auto-generated closed captions. All right. Also, and again, if you want to see the finished code, like if you got to leave, if you come in late, whatever, you got to leave and come back, I don't care. Just do !project in chat, and you'll be able to see the finished repo. Okay. So this project's going to be fairly simple. Like I said, we're going to be focusing on client-side JavaScript this fine. And so we're really just going to have an index.html and a styles.css and an app.js. Just all going to be client side funds today. Oh yes, thank you for that. Yeah, popular baby names. We have done stuff with. We've done actually stuff with names before. We did a stream a few weeks ago on Microsoft Excel with looking at name data from the state of New York, and so yeah, that stuff's pretty fun too. And yes, you're right, DevD. There's actually a couple other versions of this API. There's nationalized, there's genderized, and there's ageify. They, gender, nationality, and age, and all of them are like getting are returning this data based on name inputs. So if you want to mess around with it, you can. I can't vouch for accuracy at all, but hey, it's sometimes fun stuff like this is just fun to mess with. Yep. All right, and if you're new to the stream, we got a few first time folks here today. We're gonna kind of build this together, so please do build along. And if at any point you have questions, please ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question, as long as it's somewhat related to the topic that we're working on. Please do ask, because if you have that question, then other people probably do too. Hey, House Move. Welcome to the stream. They say, I'm new in IT and I'm a computer science student. Congratulations. So I'm confused about what should I learn or what field should I get into. Can I get your opinion on that? Thanks. What field? I can't tell you what field you should get into. Since you are a student, you have the luxury of kind of experimenting around a little bit. Like, try to take a variety of different CS classes and in a variety, like try some back end, try some design, try some front end, try some full stack. I don't know. You'll probably find that you have an affinity or a skill for one particular one particular aspect of that, whether maybe you like a certain language, maybe you're like, ooh, I really get this language, maybe you're like, ooh, back end is really fun, or maybe you're like, ooh, I really like design, building front ends is fun for me. Then maybe that's where you want to focus. But really the important thing is to just build stuff. It doesn't really matter what language you start with, or what languages you learn or what frameworks you learn. It's more about how you apply those skills. So even though science CS courses are a lot of theory, a lot of the time you're going to be learning a lot of data structures and algorithms and that kind of thing. Make sure you're also actually building things and applying those skills, because that is what actually makes those connections in your brain and gives you the skills to then branch out and try other things. And it'll be easier to pick up other languages once you're actually able to build something in one language. So I can't say, ooh, like you 100% should get into this field. And be very careful of people on social media who try to tell you that. Who people are like, oh, nobody learns JavaScript anymore. Everybody learns, I don't know, everybody just starts with Next.js, right? Don't get sucked into that. There's always going to be the next best thing. The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, right? So don't let people on social media tell you what you should and shouldn't learn. Learn what you um, like what you learn, and just build. It doesn't matter. You could start out with freaking, like I started out with SQL, like, which is a database language, and then I branched out into web development. It doesn't matter where you start. All that matters is that you do. So, and also start networking. That's the other thing too. Start making connections. You're in college. You've got a lot of opportunities to do that. You've got a ton of opportunities to network. College is a networking like machine. So also do that. That's my advice. Sure, Mojave, you can ask your question. Hey, Scabula, welcome to the stream. Also, a rookie checking in, hoping to start cohort 3 with Leon and found you through his huddles. Awesome. Tiny bit of experience with Odin Project. That's fantastic. Looking forward to soaking up some new skills. Yeah, this is going to be a chill stream today. We're not building anything crazy or strenuous. Oh, Divi, you say, I'm a first year college student. That's awesome. There's never a bad time to start. Yeah, that's rad. Ellipsis says, do you have side clients related to web dev? Yes, I don't do a ton of that work, but yeah, I have done some. It's, money is nice. I like money. That's really my only answer. I like money. Why not have some clients? Exactly. Yeah, DevD. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Celestial's the best. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you for subscribing. You're very cool. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, and Devdi says, you're so right. Getting through coding frustration is easier if you're doing something that you actually like or find fun. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. And people on social media are going to try to tell you that you're learning the wrong things. And I want to really want to stress this because it gets people get all worked up about it. They get wrapped up in that social media nonsense, and they're like, oh, well, somebody on social media said I shouldn't learn JavaScript, or somebody on social media says I shouldn't, or I have to learn, I don't know, Tailwind or whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't have to learn anything. Just do what you like and keep your mind open. And if something's going to help you do your job better, then learn that. Doesn't matter what it is. Wilmoza, thank you so much for the follow. Icefire says, I know I've been cohorting because I try to recreate the webpage look before we start. Nice. Michael PC says, age prediction app, isn't it just one simple calculation? No, this is actually an API. We're the point here of the project today is not about the age prediction. It's about practicing fetches, like practicing to an outside API. So this app is ridiculous. It does not work. Like, well, it works functionally, but the API, like the results you get back from the API, is just nonsense. So it's just a fun little silly project. It's more about, can you fetch to an outside API from the client side, and can you manipulate the DOM by dynamically generating HTML elements? Can you manipulate the DOM from the client side without using something like React? So, do we know enough about the DOM tree to manipulate the DOM ourselves without relying on other tools to do it for us? Stevie says, I want to learn code myself without any tutorials. Tutorials aren't a bad thing. What should I do? I'm ready to do homework. All I need is some guidance. There's tons of resources out there. The Odin project is great. 100 Devs is great. I mean, free code camp. I maybe start with free code camp. And there's nothing wrong with doing a tutorial as long as you then apply the information yourself and build your own stuff with what you learned in the tutorial. So tutorials are not bad, as long as you then turn around and apply what you learned. So yeah, free code camp is a great place to start. 100 devs is a great place to start. Go to 100devs.org if you're interested in that. The Odin project is a great place to start. You'll find something that works for you. And also, you're only a freshman, so don't freak out. You don't have to build a bunch of stuff right now, but it's a fine place to start. Mohammed, I'm reading your question. Know the difference between this and that. This is when I talk about something I have in my hand. That is what I use when I point at something far. But how does that work on the internet? Ooh, what if I'm referring to something on Twitter, for example? What if there's a house picture in America? The house is close to me on the screen, but is still far away because you live in another country. That's so complex. You're getting all meta on me here, Mohammed. If I was referring to a house that I saw on Twitter, I would probably say something like, if I was telling someone else about the post, I would probably say, I saw that house on Twitter, or that was a house I saw on Twitter. Now, if I had pulled up the post on my phone and I was showing it to that person, I would probably say, hey, this is the house I saw on Twitter. But if I was just referring to the post in like in just verbally without actually showing it to the person, I would probably say, yeah, that house I saw on Twitter. So it's a very it's a very abstract kind of a concept. It's hard to, English is hard. It just is. English is weird and hard. Yeah. Fun, silly apps make a lot of money in app stores. They absolutely do. Remember the beer drinking app or the lightsaber app from like the early days of the iPhone? Yeah, those were the days. Celestials, thanks you again for the subscription. They say, I've done Code Academy, that was good, but 100 devs was the best. Yeah, you can't beat the community aspect of 100 devs, honestly. Yeah. But if you really want to learn at your own pace and you're not about that community, working with other people, then Free Code Camp is great. You can use Free Code Camp while you're going through another program. It doesn't matter. All these things can be mix and match, whatever works. Michael PC says, I've never been a fan of pure HTML JS. Yeah, it's all right. You don't have to be a fan of it, but you shouldn't be afraid of it. You should be able to just whip something up in plain HTML JS. Do I like React better than working with the DOM directly? Hell yeah. But you should revisit these things that you dislike periodically to just make sure that you still know how to do them. Yeah, exactly, Pither. Do a tutorial, put your own spin on it, add another feature, make it run better, look better, just one thing or more if you feel. Exactly. That's the perfect way to do it. Go do a tutorial, then do it again, but change it. Yeah, JavaScript 30. People are giving all sorts of great resources in chat. Div says, I know JavaScript and Merge Stack, but all is that I'm not confident to code myself. Well, if you're not confident to code yourself, then a tutorial is a great place to start. That will give you the framework. You'll get the tutorial working, and then you need to go and you need to build it again, but add a feature. And then what are you doing? You're coding yourself. So that sounds like a great place to start for you. All right, let's get cooking, shall we? Speaking of place to start. Okay, and Divi, if you want to code along with us today, build this. Then you're coding yourself. This will be very simple. We're not going for a world record here. If you want more complicated projects, if you're like, oh, this is too simple for me, I'm not saying you, Divi. I'm talking just in general. If you want more complicated projects, I have plenty of complicated stuff on my YouTube channel. Do !YouTube in chat if you want my YouTube archive. There's 2 years worth of streams there. You can take your pick, whatever you want to build. Yes, exactly, DevD, 100%. You don't have to understand everything when you're starting out. That's another great point. Well, yes, that's correct. Some developers say that you can't learn real coding by just watching a tutorial. That's the important word, watching. Because if you watch a tutorial, then hell yeah, you're not going to learn anything. So keep in mind what I said. You watch the tutorial, you build along with it, like physically do the code, and then you take the code and you build something else with it. So watching is the important word there. Yes, you're not going to learn anything by just sitting and watching a tutorial. 100%. You got to build the thing. Yep. That's why you code along, Celeste. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's code along. So we'll start out with our HTML first. There's not going to be a ton here. As you can kind of see in the layout here on the right, the layout is the finished version. There's not a lot going on here, but we are going to be supplementing this HTML with some JavaScript, using JavaScript to generate some of these elements. Building and repeating, 100%. Yes. So in VS Code, I just typed HTML5 and it automatically generates a usable HTML5 template for me, in case you didn't know that. So you can type HTML5 and then enter. And then we can just change our title here. So I'll change it to Age Predictor, just like that. And what is some other stuff I'm going to need here that we should probably add from the very start? So based on kind of the structure of my application, you already know what the structure is going to be based on the files I've created. What are some other things I'm going to need inside of my HTML? Not the actual content. I'm talking about the structure of the application. What are some other things I'm going to need inside of my HTML? A link. Okay. A link to what? Yeah, we're going to need to link to our style sheet and we're going to need to link to our script. Okay. Yep, link CSS and JS. Exactly. Yeah. Also, if you're new to the stream, I ask you guys questions too. So you're welcome to ask me questions, but I also ask you questions to test what you remember, what you've learned, to help repeat those patterns in your brain to make them stick. Yeah, we're going to need to add some links. Exactly. So right here, what am I going to want to link to in my head, in the head of my HTML? What am I going to want to link to? Yeah, we want to link to the CSS in the head, right? So if I type a link, again, VS Code helps me out. I can cycle down until I find the link to a style sheet and it fills in that information for me. If you're just starting out, if you're just learning how to code, then you might want to type this stuff out yourself because it'll make it stick better in your brain, but that's up to you. Yep. CSS in the head and JS in the body. Yeah. Why do we put our CSS? So we put our CS in the head, obviously, so we can link to it, right? Style sheet. Why do we put our JS or our script in the body? And where in the body does it go? So double question there. Why do we put our script link in the body and where should it go? And why should it go there? Lua Moza, I don't remember if I thank you for the follow, but thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Drevska, welcome to the stream, by the way. Yep, at the end, because we don't need it to load before our current, or before our content or our styling. Exactly, we want to put it at the end. So, yep. So at the very end, the very bottom, I can add a script tag. And again, I'm going to choose the source, just like that. And then if I start typing, it should pick that up. Oops, it should say app.js. So we'll link to that. Yes, so it's going to go at the bottom of my body below my content. Yeah, and another way you could do that, as Scuton said, you could you could put it in the head if you want, and you could use the defer keyword, and essentially that does the same thing. It literally defers the execution of that script until after your content loads. So both ways, it's literally six of one, half a dozen of the other. I generally put mine at the end just so it's very explicit what's happening. But again, some people like it in the head just so everything's together. Up to you. Yeah. Yeah. Icefire says, isn't there a tag or something you can add? It's the defer. Yes. So you could put it in the head if you want, and then just add the defer tag to make it go later. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so let's start filling in our content. Like I mentioned, we're not going to have a ton here, but we'll just start out with our H1. Oops, not H. There we go. Just call it age predictor. And now below that, what's the best way for me to essentially put together this part of the UI? How would I do this? What's the best way to create these sort of elements that kind of belong together? What kind of tag should I use? Yeah, we're probably going to want to use a form, right? Renee, that's funny. My automog flagged your chat for no particular reason, but just put them in div. So yeah, we could do. There's a couple different ways we could do this. So we could have a div, and that div could contain some input boxes, perhaps. But I think in some of this is preference, but some of this is accessibility too. So I think the best way to do this would be with a form. And then that form is going to contain a couple of input boxes, and then it's going to contain a button, and all those will be kind of self-contained together. Now, the reason I'm just saying use a form here is just because all these input boxes and these buttons, like they belong together. They're completing the same kind of action, right? You fill out the boxes, then you click the button, and all that information is submitted together. So that would be my preference. When I was first building this, I actually started out with these elements just in a div, a couple of inputs in a div, and then I converted it over to be a form. So yeah, and that's basically semantic HTML. And another reason that it might be a good idea to use a form here is because it's more accessible. Um, if a screen reader encounters this object, it's going to know what it is. It's going to kind of know that these objects all belong together, and it's going to be able to tell the screen reader user where that button is that's going to submit the items on the form. So that's another thing to think about as well. Yeah. So let's go ahead and put in our form. And obviously we're going to have the action here, but we're not going to fill that out right away. We're going to fill out the contents first, and then we're going to figure out how the form is supposed to behave. And we're going to need to think about that action a little bit, because remember, we don't have a server here. So just think about that. We'll come back to it, I promise. So obviously we're gonna have a couple of input boxes here, and we'll just make them kind of like this first. Now this type is going to be text, so the default is okay here. But let's say if I was having them also type in their phone number, or um, type in, I don't know, maybe if I was having them enter their age, right? Entering their real age, then I would want to make sure I change this type. I'm going to get rid of this box. Uh, Change this type to something like number. So you want to make sure that your input type matches the actual content that you want the user to input, right? Now, why do we bother to specify a type here? Why do we bother to specify an input type? What does it help us do? Why do I bother saying text or number or what on my input boxes? No, I'm going to need at least two. Yeah, it helps validate the input, right? Sanitize the input, make sure no bad data gets through. Exactly. Yeah, because the most dangerous thing on the planet Earth is allowing the user to just enter whatever the heck they want into a form. That is just it's a headache all around, right? So at any point, and as much as possible, you want to constrain the user, because even if you give detailed instructions on what a user should put in a box, they're going to find some way to put the wrong thing in the box, right? So, as much as possible, you're going to want to try to restrict them and programmatically limit them from entering the wrong thing. All right, so we got two text box inputs here. Now, for the first one, I'm going to go ahead and give it an ID of just name. And then we're also just going to give it a name of name. And another thing here is that we want to make sure, if I want to make sure that the user can't submit the form without entering something in the box, what can I do? They literally should not be allowed to submit this form without entering something in the name box. That's the important field. Now the second field here is going to be optional. Yeah, I can just add the required keyword at the end of my input box like that. Yep, just like that. And that will literally stop the form from being able to be submitted without them filling something in the box. It doesn't really matter what it is, but as long as they put something in there, that'll make sure that our API doesn't freak out. All right, and then my second input box here, it's also a text box. The ID here is going to be country. ID and name are both going to be country. And another thing here, and this is why you should always read your API documentation, because a limitation of this API is that it only accepts 2-letter country codes. So like I can't like type in the box and say United States. The API doesn't like that. It only accepts a 2-letter country code. Now obviously we can, put some instructions here that, tell the user what to put in there, but they're not going to read. You don't want to expect a user to read because they're not going to. So if we wanted to enforce the user to only be able to enter a 2-letter, and I'm being specific here, a 2-letter pattern in the box, what could we do? Now, obviously, we could validate this in JavaScript very easily, but what if we wanted to actually validate it on the form and not even let the form be submitted? Got some good ideas here. Got some good ideas. Scavula says, make a drop-down menu with only 2-letter country codes. Maybe, yes. That would be a lot of codes. But you absolutely could, certainly. Icefire says max length. Sure, that's an option as well. What if we just did this? Threaten them, of course, that's an option. You can always threaten the user. Probably not going to work, though. With a newsletter? Sure, okay. What if we just added one more attribute here? What if we just said this? What if we added the pattern attribute? This is not one that we use all that often, so I wasn't sure if anybody would get it, but yeah. What if we just added the pattern attribute? And in here, what do you think we're going to put in here? You don't have to tell me the exact thing, but what is the way that we can validate and manipulate strings very quickly and easily? Yeah, we can just put a regex or regular expression pattern into this attribute and have the form enforce our validation for us without having to do it in our JavaScript. Nothing like that. We can just have the form itself do the validation. Oh, Janeko, thank you so much for the follow. So in this form, now I'm not expecting you to memorize this or know this kind of thing. I'm going to put a specific pattern. This is a regex pattern. So I can say A, Z, A, Z, and then curly brace 2. And essentially what this is doing is it's just saying, hey, the user can enter a string of characters with a length of 2, max or well, length of 2, and it can have all caps. It can be first letter cap and then second lowercase or lowercase, and then it has to be 2 characters. And so that's what the form is going to validate for us just by entering that one extra attribute. Dan says, is this our API or the third party? So the API is called agify.io. And I think I closed the tab. Scroll up and get the link probably. I shouldn't have closed it. Oh, here we go. I got it. Yeah, it's agify.io. So feel free to go check it out. Take a look at the documentation. It's very simple. Thank you for the follow, Benny Pack. Yep. All right, I just dropped it in chat for you. So essentially now this form is going to validate and enforce a strict country code. So let's try that. I'm going to try to type United States into my form here. And if I say predict, it's literally going to give me a warning and said, please match the requested format, which is 2-letter country code. So it's literally going to enforce that for us. Same as if I tried to enter like a number here. Yeah, and it's going to keep telling me, hey, this is not right. You did it wrong. Yeah. So that's why knowing how to validate data in forms is so useful. And you can really prevent a lot of data entry errors that way. And so many forms don't do this, but it's such an easy thing to implement. So everybody should do it. All right, now, I also, even though I know users aren't necessarily going to read, I do want to add essentially some instructions for each input box. So basically this stuff right here. So obviously I could just do like a span, right? I could do a span and put some text in it. Heck, I could do a paragraph tag and put some text in it. It doesn't really matter, right? But well, actually it does. But what's the best way for me to ensure that I am putting the correct instructions on the correct box? How should I do it? What's the right way? Yeah, exactly. We should explicitly use the label tag. Yeah. And in the for box, we just simply put the input box that we're attaching it to. So the label for is going to be for the input box called name. And then same for the other one. Label for country. And that's going to explicitly attach this label to this input box. So this is also important because this is how screen readers are going to know what label belongs to which input. So if somebody's using a screen reader, you always want to make sure that you've got labels and that they're attached to the correct inputs. Got to build for accessibility too, right? All right, so and as far as text here, I could just say first name and then country code, 2 letters, optional. No, that's fine. Yeah, we're good. And then the last thing I'm going to do is just give the user another little helping hand We added our little pattern here for validation, and I can add one more property or one more attribute called title, and that's going to actually put some special text in that validation box to say, hey, what's wrong? Well, it needs to be a 2-letter country code. And so you'll notice that if I try to put something wrong in here, click away, predict, it's what's going to be shown to the user there is literally the text that I specified. Yeah. Yeah, we could also add a placeholder if we wanted, which is literally like some text that shows up in the box by default. I didn't do it for this one, but you can add a placeholder as well if you would like to. There's nothing wrong with it. All right, so we got our input boxes. And then the last thing I'm going to go ahead and add is my button. So my button is just going to be for predict age. And then what should the type of this button be? You can see I've got some choices here that VS Code gives me. What should the type of my button be? Oh, thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Pither. Yeah, so our button, the best button type for this particular form should probably be submit. In general, if you got a form, I mean, there's other types as well, but if you've got a form, 99% of the time, your button type for that form should be submit if it is doing the submit action. Okay? What's a potential problem? So remember, the structure of this application does not have a server. We are just going to be doing everything on the client side. So what's a potential problem with this? If you know about HTML forms, what's a potential problem with doing this? Page reloads after submit, yeah. What else? What does a submit do by default? What does a form do by default with a button of a type of submit? Yeah, Pither says it can post and get. Yeah, so we can have certain default actions that happen, right? But if we don't have a router set up, right, a server that's listening for posts and get requests, we're going to need to handle that action ourselves, right? If we don't have a server that's already listening for those default types like post and get and all those things, then we're going to need to make sure that we're actually handling this action and catching this submit and taking care of it ourselves. Yeah, we're gonna need some kind of something up here that's gonna catch that submit and take care of it. So I'm also gonna give this form an ID. We're just gonna call it age prediction form, and then I'm gonna specify what happens when that submit button is clicked. So I'm gonna add an attribute here that says on submit. So specifically, we have a button with a type of submit. When it's clicked, it's going to cause a submit action, right? And so on submit, I'm going to want to have something to handle it. And the first thing I want to do, Icefire says, yeah, and also it exposes the data in the URL. That's true. In this case, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's something to think about if you're sending sensitive information. Now, the first thing I want to do is prevent I don't want to say the word. I want to not have the stuff that normally happens when you click submit happen. I want to handle everything myself. I don't want anything to happen automatically when they click submit. I want to dictate exactly what happens when the user clicks submit. So what should I do? What should I put in this attribute here? Yeah, I'm going to want to literally prevent the default event that happens when a user clicks submit on an HTML form. So I want to do things like I want to prevent that page reload. I want to prevent the form from trying to send out a GET request because we don't have anything set up to handle that. So first thing I want to do is just say event dot prevent default. What's another reason why you might use event prevent default? When have we seen this before in more complicated apps? What's another reason why you might want to prevent default behavior on a form? Why else might you want to prevent default behavior on a form? If we were using, essentially, if I wasn't using, let's say, if I wasn't using plain old JavaScript, if I was using something else, what would be a reason why? When would be another time when I might want to prevent default? Yeah, and also you could have it not clear the form, sure. What if I'm using something like React, right? Routing, sure. What if I'm using React? Think about that. If I was using React, we also generally want to prevent default behavior on HTML elements, right? If I'm using React, I want to be in full control of the behavior of all of my HTML elements, all my input boxes and stuff like that, because I'm handling all that data and all those actions via state management. So if I'm using something like React, I'm also going to be preventing default on pretty much every single HTML element. I don't want any of those elements to think for themselves. I'm going to be handling all that via state management and updating the UI that way. So that's just another thing to think about. You might think, okay, when am I ever going to care about prevent default? Well, when you're using something like React, yeah, you're going to be caring about it a lot. Yep. Celestial says, why do you do prevent default here versus in JavaScript? You can do it either place. Yeah. I just decided to do it here. Sometimes it's just interesting to see where you can handle things, right? If you're used to doing it one way, maybe there's another way you can do it. Yeah, you can also absolutely you can also prevent the default in JavaScript as well. But there's no harm with doing it here either. Yeah. Icefire says, I don't think I've ever used event prevent default before. Nice to see something new. Yeah. You might often see it like done like this, like e.prevent default. It means the same thing. E is just a very common abbreviation for event. I just was kind of explicit here, but you'll also see it done as e.prevent default, and it's the same thing, where the event is literally the user action. So in this case, the user action is them clicking on that button, and event is literally a giant object that captures a lot of data about that click. I always tell people this: if you ever have time and you're ever using E or event for anything, just console log it sometime. Just console log it and see what you get. It's going to be a freaking huge object with a bunch of stuff in it, and you're only ever going to use a fraction of it. Hey, QB, welcome. What are we building here? We're building a wonky age prediction app. We're just practicing DOM manipulation and uh, doing fetches with an external API. We're practicing client side programming today. So working on the client side, outside of Node, outside of Express, outside of a server, just doing some client side JavaScript. Yeah. Yep. So on submit, event prevent defaults. And then the other thing we're going to do here is we're also just going to go ahead and we haven't written this function yet. We're going to write a function, a JavaScript function here shortly. It's going to be called get predicted age. So obviously this isn't going to work right now. I just don't want to forget to put it in here. So on submit, we can actually call these functions directly from our HTML. You might not do this all that often, but because you absolutely can do this in JavaScript as well. But we're just going to go ahead and call them from here because we can. Why not? Yeah, like so. All right, so I think that's our form done. And then the last thing I want to add is I'm going to add a div down here. And this div is just going to have an ID of results. And this is where we're going to put the, like, so once they submit their age, so like this, oops, I can't spell. So once they submit their age or their, their name and their country, and we say predict, then then we get some additional stuff populated down here. So this div is really just going to be the anchor for those things that we're going to be adding. It's just going to be a place where those things are going to go, and we're just literally going to append them to this div with our JavaScript. But one more thing I'm going to add here. One more thing I'm going to add here is an additional property, and it's going to be called aria live and with a property of polite. So first off, what is aria for? We talked about this last week, so if you tuned in last week, you should have a head start here. But what does aria do for us? You might remember I kept mispronouncing it last week. What does aria help us do? Yeah, it's helpful for screen readers, right? It's properties that only screen readers can read, and it tells a screen reader literally how to interpret what's on the screen and read it to people audibly, like out loud. So screen readers, if you're not familiar, they're for people who are blind or vision impaired, who can't see what's on the screen, and a screen reader literally goes down and reads everything aloud to them in a voice. And so if we can help that screen reader by telling it certain things about what's on the screen, you can use these aria attributes and basically tell the screen reader things like the inflection, when to read something, should it ignore something, all sorts of things. Kill the Night King. Yes, aria. Nice. And so here, explicitly what I'm telling it is I know that this div is going to be updated later. So we're going to be adding, when you first see the form, right? There's nothing down here at the bottom. But we know that something is going to be added later, and it's just suddenly going to appear. And so I added this property here, aria live equals polite. Because if the screen reader is in the middle of reading other things on the screen, and then suddenly new content appears, I want the screen reader to wait and only read this new content once it's done reading the other stuff. So essentially, it's going to read this new content last. It's not going to interrupt itself, no matter how quickly the content appears. It's going to wait, and then it's going to read that last, which is kind of how the flow of the page works in general. This content, the stuff down here appears after the other stuff, so it should read it in the right order. If you're curious about aria, the MDN web docs are great for this, and you can read more specifically about aria live on this page right here. But yeah, this kind of stuff is important, right? To make sure that folks who can't see what's on the screen still understand what's on the screen. There's certain things you can put in the header. Yeah. I'm no expert with aria by any means. I've mostly just been applying things to individual elements at this point. But there may be ways you can do things globally. I'll admit I'm not familiar. If anybody else is, feel free to chime in. But I've mostly just been applying things to sort of individual HTML elements as I need them. Yeah. All right. So I think that's about it for our HTML. Let me double check. I've got my script tag. We're going to need a reset button a little bit later, but I'm not going to add that right now. We're going to take our time. We're going to come to that in a bit. So for now, I'm just going to stick with this extra div down here, and we're going to kind of increment this JavaScript once we get to it. We're going to take a break first, but essentially what we're going to do is we're going to first just build out the core of the JavaScript. We're going to make sure that we can talk to the API. We're going to make sure that we can get a result back. And then we're going to add things like the extra joke that shows up, the extra buttons that get generated, the reset functionality. All those things are going to be added second. The first thing is to focus on the minimum viable product, which is, can we talk to the API and can we get a result to show up on the screen? And that's it. So for anybody who's new to building applications, this is a really important concept for design. You'll hear it called MVP. It doesn't mean most valuable player. It means minimum viable product. And if you're not a native English speaker, some of those words might be a little wonky. So essentially what it means is, what is the least amount of the app that you can build? So the least amount of features that you can add to your application to have it accomplish the main goal. So the overall goal of your app, what should it do? Well, what's the least amount of features that you can have in the application in order for it to meet that goal. And so that's what you should get working first. Always get that working first. And then after that, you can go back and you can add fancy new things like a reset button, or like, the jokes like that. That's sort of outside the stated scope of the app, right? It's an age prediction app. It's supposed to talk to the API, take in this information, and get back an age. That's all it really has to do. The jokes and the button extra buttons and the reset button, that's all extras. Those get added second. Yeah. Oh, Ancient, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. They say, hi, this is a great and informative stream. Thank you. I had no idea you could use regex directly in HTML or raw.js on submit attribute. Didn't know ARIA was for screen readers. Yeah, so sometimes folks ask, like, why do you bother with, they're like, React, React, all these frameworks, all these extras, why do you even bother with doing plain HTML and JavaScript anymore? This kind of stuff is why. Because there's always more to uncover. That doesn't mean you have to use it all the time, but you should always go back to basics and see what else you can uncover. And you never know when you're going to learn something new, which is absolutely true. And it might just be the thing that you need for, to finish your app or make your own app a little bit better, especially the ARIA thing. If you can add just a teensy tiny bit of accessibility to your applications, you're going to make, you never know who you're going to improve their day by a million times better if their screen reader can actually use your app properly. So yeah, super important. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. All right, so we're done with our HTML. We'll go ahead and save it. We can just go ahead and run this real quick and make sure we got everything, all the basic elements. I'm just going to use live server. So as we can see, yep, we got our labels here. That looks good. Country code. And then if we do an inspect here, we'll see, should see all of our elements. Obviously nothing's going to work right now, but we've got our result div, we've got our form. So yeah, I think everything looks good there. And then so when we come back from our break, we're going to start in on our JavaScript. We're going to build out this predicted age function. We're going to get that working first, and then we're going to add in our reset function. We're going to add our reset button. We're going to add those extra, we're going to do some DOM manipulation and add those extra jokes and stuff as well to show up in the DOM. So yeah, you can see we've got a couple errors here, but really that's just because we don't have everything that we need hooked up yet. We don't have our style populated. We don't have our, we don't have our script in place. So yeah, or right here, we don't have our script in place. So it's going to throw a couple errors for now. But yeah, looking good. So I'll pull this up. Oh, thank you, Copper Lily. Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, that's it. The point here is, in my streams is you're going to get a lot of repetition, a lot of stuff you maybe already know, but my goal is to always inject a couple things that maybe you don't know. And then you can turn around and apply those things or teach them to somebody else, right? Yeah. All right, it is break time, and it is a perfect time to take a break. So let's do it. I like to take a break at the top of each hour. So, and it's going to be 5-minute break. So get up, stretch your legs, stretch your neck, stretch your wrists. Don't get carpal tunnel syndrome. And then take 5 minutes, get yourself something to drink, and then come on back, and we're going to do some JavaScript. All right, I'll see you back here shortly. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. If you've just been sitting this whole time, please do get up if you're able to do so. Stretch your arms, stretch your legs, um, get yourself a glass of water, do whatever you got to do. Pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good, refreshing break. Um, if you were sitting down the whole break and you didn't get up when I told you to, get up on the next break, okay? I was just reading some stuff that says like sitting all day or sitting for long periods of time is like as bad for you as, smoking or whatever. I don't know if it's as bad, but it's not good. So if you're physically able, please do get up at the next break as well. Got to get up and move around. That's why I have a standing desk right here. Um, this whole time I'm streaming, I'm always standing because otherwise I'm sitting. So that ain't good. Debdy says, Mine Wolf, how many push ups can you do now? Yeah, we had a conversation about that. I can do more. I will say that. I can do more than I could. I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger by any means, but I can do more. Improvement. Yes. All right, so as said before, we're going to go ahead and switch over and do some JavaScript. We're going to start to code out this function that we're calling here, get predicted age, and we're going to learn how to talk to our API that we are using. Thank you, Tefty. Pomodoro push-ups, yeah. Great way to learn, great way to gain. Okay, so we're going to head over to our app.js. Renate says, yeah, I knew it. I knew folks were going to be coming in. Yeah. They said, has the U.S. changed to daylight savings time already, or did you just start the stream an hour early? No, it is on daylight savings time. Unfortunately, I had a very, if you want to listen to my rant about that, you can rewind to the beginning of the stream, but I probably spent like at least 10 minutes complaining about it. So yeah, unfortunately, we are in the spring forward phase of daylight savings time. Oh, thank you, Mawe. It's good to see you again. Thank you. Glad you were able to stop in. So bright right now and it's messing with me. Yeah, it's a nightmare. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So, in this function that we are creating called get predicted age, I know that I am going to be talking to an outside API. So, if I am going to be talking to an outside resource of some kind, what should I do for this function? What's a if I say, hey, I'm going to be talking to an outside resource, whether it's a database, whether it's an API, it doesn't really matter. What should I immediately say? Yes, async. This function needs to be async. Yes, async await. That's the first thing you should think of when you say, hey, I'm going to be talking to an API. All right, async function, my friend. Yes. Oh, thank you for the follows. Quint me, Frank Von Baffen, and Kankajiro. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here. Yeah, async and probably a fetch. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have both of those things. But first off is async. Async function. It's gonna be called get predicted age. If I could spell. All right, and essentially into this function, I'm going to be capturing some information from my form. And so I'm going to be capturing this name and, well, I guess here, this name value, whatever's in here, and this country value, whatever's in there as well. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a couple variables, one for name, const name, and then one for country. And I want to go ahead and retrieve those from my HTML. Now, if I was, doing this in a more traditional way, I'd probably be passing those elements in as arguments. But since we're doing it the way we are, we're just going to have to kind of fetch those directly from the HTML. But that's the kind of the point, is that we want to learn about the DOM. We want to make sure that we can navigate the DOM. We want to make sure that we can add and remove elements to the DOM as needed. So how can we navigate the DOM in order to retrieve the specific value of what's in this name input box? So if I wanted to go into the DOM and I wanted to retrieve the specific value of what's in this box right here, how could I do it? Yeah, I'm going to want to do a document dot something, right? Document dot, and then probably if I want to get a very specific element, like Kankajiro said, I'm probably going to want to do get element by ID, because we know that that element has a specific ID value of name. So I can target that one element specifically and I can retrieve that value. So yes, we're going to say document get element by ID. I want to get the one with the ID of name, which we have. And the other thing I want to do is, again, users are going to be users. And we've already done some validation on like the country code part of this, right? We've already enforced the country code value to be 2 letters. But we didn't really do much enforcing on the name element. So potentially they could enter, a text value, and then they could just put like tab, they could be trying to tab over and they accidentally hit space. So you could get something like this, right? Potentially. You could get something like this, or maybe they accidentally hit the space bar a couple times, they didn't realize, or they just thought it looked nice sitting in the middle of the box. So they put a bunch of spaces on either side. So we can't pass that into our API call, right? That's not going to be good. We don't want to give the API something it doesn't expect. So what's a quick and easy way we could get rid of any and all possible white space around our submission? Yeah, we could get fancy with it. We could do a spread operator, and then we could, try to do it that way. But why do that when we have something built in that we could use? We could do regex, yeah. But I think I like what Copper Lily said. What if we just did get element by ID and then say dot value. Oops, not that. VS Code, you're not helping. All right, name dot value. Oh, come on. I'll do that. I'll just do this first. Trim. Not Tim, trim. Yeah, so we can just do that, and VS Code won't stop helping me. There. So we're going to say get element by ID, and we want to get the element with the ID of name, and then whatever value of that element is, we're going to trim it. And trim is a keyword. Yeah, exactly as Marfin said. Yeah. And trim is a keyword that you're going to see in more than one language. So this is a good keyword to know. When somebody says the keyword trim, you're going to see that in multiple languages. For example, I just used it in C# and VB to do some other stuff. So yeah, you're gonna see it in other languages. So it's a good keyword to know when somebody says trim. Oh yeah, they mean you just get rid of white space on either side. Yeah. So dot value dot trim, and then for country, we're already enforcing that, but there's no harm in enforcing that trim again. So we're just going to say document dot get element by ID, get the one called country, like so, and then we can also do value dot trim. And then just to be extra specific, I honestly don't know if the API requires this or not, but we can just say to upper case and just enforce uppercase as well. Div says, why are we using trim here? Well, because we wouldn't want to pass the API potentially a string with a bunch of spaces on either side, because the API is not going to like that. It's expecting just text like this. So we don't want to pass anything with extra spaces or nonsense on, white space on either side, whether it's tabs or spaces or doesn't matter. We want to get rid of that. and just get it down to only the letters. And so trim is a quick and easy way to do that. Yep. And there's more than one way to do these sorts of things too. Um, you can do it whatever way feels comfortable for you. I'm just showing you one way to do it. But whatever makes sense to you is what you should do. Yeah, we shouldn't, even if if it's a good API, then it'll handle the trim. Yeah. But should you just take that for granted and assume it will? Nah. Yeah. So well, we'll do a console log when we get a little farther. We'll do a console log to show what's actually being stored in these variables here. So remind me to do that if I forget. Okay. Well, actually, we can just add it now. We can say console log, and then we'll just say console log name, because the question was, what's being stored in here. Well, when in doubt, log it out. All right, and then that should show up in our console. It's new for me to remove spaces. Yeah, that's something you're going to end up doing a lot. Unfortunately, you're going to end up with white space. You're going to end up with extra tabs, all sorts of nonsense that you're going to want to trim, at some point. When in doubt, log it out. Yeah, exactly. All right, and the last thing we're going to go ahead and declare here is just our API URL. So if you're interacting with an API, you're always going to want to make sure that you read the documentation so you know what URL to use and how that URL should be structured. So you should always look at the documentation to know what API you should use. I'm going to copy and paste it because I know I won't type it correctly if I don't. But you can generally just grab that sort of thing from the documentation. So for example, right here, for our API, we've got the docs, and it tells you literally exactly how to access the API. Now, we don't need a key for this. So for example, I can just copy this text right here and just put it right in. Now, we don't want to pass in a hard-coded name, right? We don't want to pass in a hard-coded name. So what do I need to put here in order to make sure that I can put my name variable into this URL string? What do I need? If I want to dynamically modify this URL based on my variables. Yeah, what do we call that? What do we call that, Kanka and Renitz? What is that called? RDT, thank you so much for this. My goodness. I know my alerts didn't work, but I give you my custom alert. Thank you. You're very cool. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, it's called a template literal. Yeah, and Kanka said they knew what it was, but they didn't know the name. Yeah. So that's why we also try to name these things and practice their proper names, because you might know what it is, but if you were asked about it in an interview, you might not be able to answer. You could just be like the dollar sign with the squigglies, right? But it's actually called a template literal. Yeah. And it's hard to remember, right? It's not exactly a name that rolls off the tongue, but if you know the name, then you'll sound better in an interview. Okay, cool. Get my window sorted out here again. All right, and so we've got our API URL set up. Deputy says, please tell me those are your cats wearing sunglasses. No, that's just a GIF I found, but yeah, it's a great GIF though, isn't it? Ahmed, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we've got our URL set up. Now we can finally start kind of getting into some logic here. Remember that on our inputs, we said that, first name is required. So we put the required keyword into our form. But for the country code, we want that to be optional. So our URL could be constructed differently depending on whether or not a country code is present. So if we look back here at the docs, I know it's a little small. It says improve estimation accuracy with localization. Ha, yeah, right. And so essentially, if you want to add a country, you just kind of add this extra bit at the end, right? So if you don't have a country, you just get this bit. If there is a country, then we want to add this extra parameter on the end. Div says we will convert it in JSON format. Well, depends on what part of the process you're asking about. So for the URL itself, we're just going to do a fetch against a string. We're going to generate the URL as a string. We're going to pass that into a fetch command, a fetch method, and then we are going to get some information back from the API. So we don't have to do like an explicit conversion of the data into JSON to send it. All we need to do is format it the way the API tells us to. So if I was adding this data to like a database, maybe like MongoDB, then yeah, I would have to encode it as an object in a certain way. But APIs are nice because they let us interact with them through essentially URL parameters that we can pass in. And most of the time, the API will have documentation that will tell you exactly how to format your URL and pass that data through. So they give you the information that you need. In this case, the API is telling us, hey, if there's a country, you need to add this bit at the end and then put the country name. And then it will return data specific to that country. And the response that you get back. So maybe this is the confusing part. This isn't right down here. This isn't the stuff that we're passing in. This is what's called the response. So the request is what we're sending. The response is what we get back. So this is what, if you send this to the API, and you can test this right now, you can go to your browser and you can paste in this information, hit enter or go or whatever, and your browser will open a window or a tab that literally has this JSON in it. And so we're going to build some JavaScript that's going to expect that response and process it. Okay. All right. So essentially, if there's a country present, so if they filled out the country field, then we just want to add that extra bit onto our URL. So I want to say, all right, here I'm just basically saying if there is a value in our country variable, right? Because if they filled out that input field with anything at all, then it's going to put something into this variable because there will be a value. If they didn't fill it out, then this variable is just going to be empty. It's going to be just an empty string, essentially. There's going to be nothing in there. And so if I run that into an if statement, then the value of country is either going to be truthy or falsy. So if there's content in the variable, it's going to be evaluated as truthy or true-ish. And then if it's empty, it's going to evaluate as false. So if essentially country has something in it, then I want to take my API URL and I want to add that extra bit. So what's a quick way for me to do that? What's a quick way for me to take an existing variable and append something onto it? What's a quick shorthand for me to do that? Yeah, plus equals, right? I can just say API URL plus equals, and then the other stuff I want to add, which will essentially just be the and symbol or ampersand, and then country ID equals whatever's in the country field. If country is not populated, if they didn't fill out that form, then this will not happen. But this little plus equals shorthand here is a great way to quickly append something to the end of an existing variable. Or if you have a number, it's just going to add to it. So like, if this was a number with a value of 2 and you said plus equal 1, they would just reassign that with a value of 3. Yeah. You could do it with a ternary if you wanted, but it really doesn't have to be that complicated. We can just do it like this. It just depends on what reads easiest for you, really. In this case, we have no else clause, so I like just doing it with a plain if with no else. Makes it very clear what's happening, but just depends. Usetext says, please, is this recorded? Yes, all of my streams are recorded. They're available on Twitch for 60 days, and then I move them to YouTube. I will be publishing a bunch of my previous streams, like 2 months worth of streams, onto YouTube next weekend. So keep an eye out on my Twitter for an update on new stuff coming to the YouTube channel. Yes, that'll be next weekend. It takes a long time to to load stuff over to YouTube, especially with long streams like mine. Yeah. All right, Mohammed, I'll answer your question a little bit later. I want to keep cooking for now, but I see your question. All right, so this is going to be kind of the format of our URL. Now we can go ahead and actually hit the API with this URL. So after it comes out of here, we're going to have our URL nice and formatted. We have that string set up. Now we just want to go ahead and try to talk to the API. So with that in mind, I'm going to create a try catch block. This is another thing you should really always do when you are working with an outside resource that may or may not be available. It has the possibility of failure, right? If you are working with an outside database, if you're working with an outside API, if you're working with anything that's directly outside of your control, you want to make sure that you're using an async function, or at the very least some kind of a promise. Doesn't have to be async, could just be regular promises. And then if possible, you're going to want to set up a try catch block. Why do we want to use try catch blocks? Why are they helpful to us? Why are try catch blocks important for us to use when we are talking to an outside resource? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically what you all are saying. Um, Scooton says it lets you fail gracefully, run the function with an error. Yeah, exactly. It essentially it sets your app up to know what to do if there's a problem. If it runs into an issue, then we can just say, all right, it's okay. Don't freak out. Don't arrow out. Don't crash the app. Just catch the error and do something with it. I like to think of it as like a trapeze artist in a circus show. So there's a circus, there's a trapeze artist, and they're going to go up and they're going to go swing up on the trapeze. Now, are they going to always be successful? Are they always going to be able to do a flip and catch the trapeze? No, right? They're not always going to be perfect. Nobody is. And so if something goes wrong, you don't want them to just hit the ground. That would be very bad. You don't want them to crash, right? You want to have a net there to catch them. And so if they do fall, no big deal. They just go off the net and they go up and they try again, right? And so a try catch block is literally that net for to catch the errors that might happen, to catch any problems. Don't want to make the next Robin. Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's how villains get started. Yeah, you can also make a custom errors if you would like as well. Yeah. Mohammed says, is it bad to prefer using then catch? So you're talking about like classic promises. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Async await is literally just like async await is like just the newer version of promises. It's not any. I mean, it's just promises that look better. Really. Yeah, it's syntactic sugar. Yeah. So if you want to. Okay, so we're going to say const response is equal to await, and then we're going to fetch out to our API URL. So what we're doing here is we're getting ready to take that response JSON. So we're getting back a JSON object or an object from that API, right? And we're going to store it in this variable called response. And here's the second part of that async. So we said async up here, and then literally we are going to wait, we're going to await a response from our API because it might not be instantaneous, right? It might take a few seconds. It might not work at all. We don't know. It's going to take an unknown amount of time, so we want to make sure we wait for it. Options. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So fetch API URL. Now, I have a little extra bit in here, but you don't necessarily need this. I think I was messing around. What was I doing? I don't remember why I did this. I was messing around with error codes, I think, but we can put it in here. It's not going to hurt anything. Because technically we're going to be handling this with our catch, but whatever. It's not going to hurt anything. So we can specifically say here in this very first step, if the API isn't even available, we don't even have to go down to the catch block. We're just going to say, hey, if something went wrong in the initial response, then we can just throw an error. But we're still going to catch anything else that happens in our catch block down here. All right, next thing is We're going to pass that response into response.json. And what this is going to do is it's going to make sure that our function can read what we get back. It's going to recognize it and say, oh, okay, yeah, this is JSON. I can process this as a JSON object. I know exactly what to do here. All right, so now we have this data and we're able to read it. And assumingly it's going to look something like this, like we saw before. Actually, let me see here. Yeah. So it's either going to look like this, and it's going to have values of count, name, and age, or it might look like this, and it's going to have values of count, name, age, and country ID. But the country ID is literally just what we passed in. So same with the name. So, no big deal there. The field that we care about is this age field right here, and that's going to be the same whether there's a country or there isn't one. So we don't need to do any special logic to look into that object and to figure out what's going on. All right. This is sleep is for the weak. No, sleep is important. You should get good sleep. It'll mess you up over time if you don't get good sleep. It'll cause some real problems. All right, so now that we have this data, we can go ahead and set up our HTML to output that to the user to show that to them. So it's for the weekend too. That's true. So I'm going to go ahead and set up essentially a link to my result div. And I'll remind you what this looks like in just a second. Document.get element by ID result. All right. So I'm setting up this specific HTML element, the one with the ID of result, as my result div so that I can go ahead and do some manipulation and add things into that div with JavaScript. If you recall, inside of our index.html, we have this div right here with an ID of result, and we don't have anything inside of it right now. So this is where we're going to put what we got back from the API along with some other stuff. And we can just drop that in there. We have this kind of this hook set up, and we can attach to that and just drop stuff in. All right. So I've got my result div here stored in a variable. And I can say if the response that we got back from the API, the response we got back from the API contains an age value, which it really always should. I don't think there's ever going to be a time when it shouldn't, but unless well, I guess no, if the name that somebody entered doesn't exist or the country doesn't exist, then yeah, it's not going to work. So this is important. Yeah. If there is an age value in the response that we got back from the API, then we want to go ahead and set up that div with some content. We want to, spell out exactly the results. And then otherwise, we want to say essentially age prediction not available. Hey, Sagama, welcome. Good to have you here. Yay, no frameworks, just JS. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's fun to use frameworks, and I use frameworks a lot. But sometimes it's fun to just go back and write some vanilla JS and just make sure you remember basic stuff like methods and how to talk to an API and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Pithers made up a good point too. They say, I found I did best when I reviewed old programs and tried to reapply what I was learning to them, even if it wasn't practical, like using a DB instead of CSVs or JSON, or refactoring the code into polymorphic classes. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great thing to do. Go back. We actually did that. It's funny you say that, Pither, because we actually did that like 2 weeks ago. We went back to one of my very first projects, one of my very first full stack projects, and we just refactored the whole thing. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was really cool. It helps remind you how far you've come and what you know better now. So definitely agree. Oh, Code Conjurer and Sagama, thank you so much for the follows. Oh, I did. It's still on Twitch if you want to watch it, Mohammed. I'll move it to YouTube. It'll be part of the crop that I moved next week. Yeah. All right. So if there's an age result, then we can just take our div, our result div, and what do I want to say here? What should I say? If I have this div, right, and it's stored in this variable, I want to essentially print out the text predicted age for Claire in, in US, and then, state the age, right? I want to put out a sentence with these variables in it, right? So it's going to be a string. If I want to put that string inside of my div, what do I say here? You don't have to tell me the string. I'm asking, how do I get that string into the div? What method do I use here? Can you console log it? We could, yeah, we can console log it, yeah. My friend says inner HTML. Ooh, yeah, no, that's not a good idea. Yeah. So some folks say HTML inner text. Some folks say text content. Yeah. So what we can actually say here, well, I'll tell you what I did. I did inner text, um, but I think text content might work as well. Might have to test that. But yeah, inner text works. Just one thing you don't want to do is inner HTML, right? If you can't help it, you don't want to do inner HTML because that could allow for HTML injection, like malicious injection of bad tags into a field that's really only supposed to be for text. So we want to be a little bit more explicit about what's actually going into that div, right? Shouldn't be too broad if you don't want to. Sagama says, I've studied numerous frameworks. I just want to build websites. Yeah, same here. At the end of the day, does it really matter what you choose? No, it's just the right tool for the job. People on social media we were talking about this earlier. People on social media get all mad when you're not using their favorite framework. But I mean, hell, build websites in plain HTML if you want to. If you go to myandwolf.com, which is my website, and you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can see the GitHub repo for it. Yeah, it's incredibly simple just because I wanted it to be. So yeah, go to mindwolf.com and it's do whatever you want, build websites however you want. Doesn't have to be complicated. No worries, Kobe. Everybody gets there. You got to keep going, right? Keep going. Be kind to yourself. But yes, it does happen to everyone. QB says, I'm asking, could you console log this in VS Code? Yeah, we can console log it. You want to console log what do you want to console log? Yeah, framework tribalism is garbage. Yeah, especially on social media. We could say, what do you want to console log? You want to console log what we get back from the API, QB? Yeah, got to stay positive, right? And some days you won't be able to stay positive, and that's okay. Some days you're going to feel bad, and that's okay. You're allowed to feel bad. You don't always have to be positive, but you do have to be kind to yourself. All right, so let's just do, we'll just console log that data. Console log data. Yeah, do that. Nothing wrong with a console log. Okay, so we'll set our result div inner text, and we're just going to say, and I'm going to copy this as well because otherwise I won't get it right, but we will talk about it. So essentially, we're just going to have a sentence here that says predicted age for, and then the name of the person. And then we're going to do a little check. We essentially want to say, remember, the country property here was optional, right? We don't always have a country. So if there is a country, we want to show the country in the result. Otherwise, we're not going to have one. And so somebody mentioned earlier, I forget who, that you could also, do that country check in a ternary operator. And maybe not the best choice for up here, but if you're putting it into a string inside of a template literal, then yeah, it's a great choice. So we're going to say if a value for country exists, then add the text from country, right? If it doesn't, then don't. And then we have a colon, and then we say space, and then the age. Yeah. So what is an advantage of using this template literal structure? because this template literal structure with the backticks is fairly new. I mean, in terms of JavaScript, it's fairly new. I could also do this with concatenation, right? I could do it with, you know, the plus, using the plus signs and plotting out my strings that way, right? I could do it that way. But what is an advantage of using template literals instead? Why do we like to use template literals? Yeah, readability. Yep. More compact code. Totally. Dynamic stuff. Yeah, we can do things like ternaries directly inside of the string itself. Sure. Yeah. No, wow, that's very deep. I like that. Sip from the water of life until you can drink your fill, then share your radiance with those in need. Yep. There's another saying that I like. It's put your own oxygen mask on first, then help others. So if you're in a plane crash, they always say put your own oxygen mask on first, and then help other people. Focus on yourself, get yourself into a good place, get into a good place, and then help others if you can. We can console log it easily. Yes, we can console log everything. Yes. So yeah, another advantage of template literals, and maybe this is just me, this is my favorite thing about template literals, is that you don't have to like you can put your spaces directly in the string. You don't have to like do a plus and then a space and then a variable or whatever. You can have your spaces directly in the string and have them count. So that's what I like. Yeah. Okay. So after that, we're gonna. I know if you're looking at the GitHub repo, we call another function here, but we're gonna leave that out for now because again, we're doing the minimum viable product. So we just want to get data back from the API, and then we'll add some more stuff a little bit later. So if it doesn't work, let's say the person's name doesn't exist, then I essentially just want to say, all right, result div inner text is going to be just age not available. Available. There we go. All right, cool. Last thing I want to do here is I want to make sure I got my catch block set up. So if there's a problem with the API, it's going to go all the way down here into the catch block. It's going to pass the error in to this catch block, and then we can choose what we want to do with it. We could console log it. We could show it to the user. Generally, we don't do that, but when in a plane crash, definitely console log it. Yeah, a framework is just meant to tidy away those parts of websites you don't want to spend time on. Yeah, it just makes those things easier. When you're learning, I suggest doing things manually, just because you learn what they're for and why they're there. But once you get a little better, yeah, pick a framework, run with it. It'll work for most things. A lot of these frameworks are, getting more and more homogeneous anyway. So yeah. All right. So in our catch block, first thing I'm going to do is just console error. I'm going to console error the actual error. So whatever the problem really is, I do want to show that to me as the developer. I don't necessarily want the user to see it, but we're going to go ahead and console error that. Now, this is a little bit different than a console log. So console error essentially makes sure that the console is recognizing that as an error. So it's going to flag it in red. It's going to have, I think it has, does it have like a little like um exclamation point next to it? Console error, spicy console. Yeah, it makes it look angry. Exactly. It makes it look angry. And it's a spicy console log. So that's what console error does for you. Of course, you could console log it as well. It's not going to hurt anything, but console error explicitly flags it as an error. So best practice is probably to do that. And then what we're going to show the user is something a little bit simpler. So we can just say document.getElementById. Grab that. Actually, no, I just want to get this one. Document get element by ID. And then in the result field, we can just say failed to retrieve, because they don't need to know or care what the actual error is. Failed to I can't spell. So I before E words are a major problem for me. Field to retrieve age prediction. I cannot remember like the word receipt or receive. I cannot spell those properly ever. I before E except after C my butt. Yeah. Can I use 97% template literals? Okay. Yeah, template literals are the way to go in general. All right, so I think with this, now we should have enough to test this. Now, there's other stuff we're going to add, but I think we have enough written right here, right now, to test it out and see if it works. So let's do it. Or it sounded like A as in neighbor and way. Yeah, I don't know the rules. English is weird. We were talking about this earlier. English is just nonsense, right? English is such a weird language. All right, let's try it. I think I saved it. Did I? Yes, it's running. By the way, I'm using Live Server to run this. It's a great extension to have for VS Code. If you don't have it, you should. Live Server is a really fantastic tool to quickly test your websites and your apps and get them running before you actually deploy them. Yeah, we could set text content the results of loading if we wanted. Yep, absolutely. We could set like a spinny wheel or whatever. Yeah, totally. All right, let's try it. Country code, 2 letters. We'll say US. Let's see what we get. Okay, so we got something. Looks like it didn't hit the app, but let's see if we got any errors. Let's speak in binary. Okay, we got a couple errors. So let's see what those are. I'll zoom in here so we can see them together. Oh. Okay, so my style sheet, it doesn't, I don't have styles in place. So it doesn't like that. Let me, I'm just going to drop my styles in from the finished repo. So you can do this too. Just go to styles CSS and just drop them in. It's nothing special. I um, literally just asked ChatGPT to generate me a basic style sheet, and then I did some modifications to it. So this is I did use ChatGPT for this. Full disclosure. After I'd written everything else, then I just said ChatGPT, style this for me, make it look nice, and then I made some tweaks. So just drop that in there. All right, we've got that in now. So I saved it. Okay, we'll just reload this. Oh, what did I do? Did I do something wrong? Refused to apply style. Oh, wait. Oh, I spelled it wrong too. That's fun. Okay. So my file name was styles.css and I said style.css up here. So my mistake. All right. So now we've got our style in place. So let's try it again and let's see what we get back from the console. So boop, 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 Claire and then US. Okay, great. So our console log is working. We didn't get anything back from the API, but I can see that we've got some stuff in the console. So that means I probably made a mistake somewhere, but that's fine. That happens. And we got Claire and we got US. So those we're logging what's going in, what we're getting from the form. Oh, and I'm missing an await. Yeah, that's it. Good call. We'll fix that in just a second. So first, I just want to look at these console logs and remind us what we're actually getting here. So earlier, the question was, can we console log this? Can we console log? Can we console log what we're actually storing in these variables? So when I say document.get element by ID name.value.trim, what's being stored there? Because this is really long, right? But if we console log what's actually being stored, it's literally just the value. The hint is this keyword right here. The value of what's in that name input box. So this is literally just a string, and the same here for the country, literally just a string. And then we also console logged the data, and that's also telling us what the problem is. So since I did console log data here, it's saying that it's a promise, which is correct. We're sending the data out to the API and we're waiting on the response, but it says that the promise is pending. Says that the promise is pending, which means it hasn't been fulfilled. And so that, I'm sure, gave Copper Lily the clue as to what was missing. Because what was missing was an await from right here. Now, since I excluded this await right here accidentally, what happened? Since I didn't have an await here, what happened? What caused it not to work? Right, I'm missing the await, correct? But why? Why did that cause it to break? I love it because this is testing to see whether we really understand why we're using these keywords rather than just using them. Because it's yeah, that's the syntactic answer, Mohammed, right? But why? Why? Yeah, because it's an async function. But why don't we just put awaits everywhere? Why does that await right here matter at all? Yeah, exactly. So as Renitz and Kings said, essentially, yeah, it didn't wait. It didn't wait for this response to be processed. It just kept going. It just finished the function. It didn't wait for that to be done. It just said, all right, I'm going to keep going. Bye. And so that's why, this promise still says it's pending. And it's not, it just didn't do it right. It just kept going. So we need to wait for the response from the API, and we need to wait for this to finish too, so that our data becomes something that we can read and start working with before the code keeps going. So the wait literally forces the code to wait on the stuff you need to get done. Yeah, the program just says, oh, it'll be good, done, it'll be done, goodbye. Yeah, it just keeps going. Right. It doesn't wait to actually resolve that promise. Exactly. I'm no worries, B1K. I have no idea what it will do for real. Yeah, no worries, B1K. Welcome to the stream. That's why I ask these questions. Yeah, that's why I ask the question. It's not, you don't always have to know the answer. That's not the point. The point is, let's think about that. Why is that? Why did this fail? Right? Yeah. So we need to add the await here to make the code stop for a hot second, because we need this to be right before it keeps going. Okay? Yeah. So if I was writing this like via traditional like promise syntax, I would need to have a then here and then a then, I'd need to have thens all the way down to make sure that things get executed in the right order. Yeah. And as Marfrin said, you could do fetch and then a then and then a then and then a catch if you were doing this traditionally. But I like async await. Feel like it's a little easier to understand. But as Mohammed said, they prefer classic promise syntax, which is fine too. There's nothing wrong with either one. All right, so I'm going to fix that problem. I'm really glad I made that mistake. I love that I made that mistake. I didn't mean to, I promise. No pun intended. I promise I didn't mean to make that mistake, but I'm glad I did. All right, I'll save that. Now let's try again. Oh, thank you, Kobe. Chaining the Venables, indeed. Yeah, await is like the lemming guy with his arms out to the side. It's a blocker. It stops things. It says, all right, code, I know you want to finish executing, but you really got to wait on this thing to be done before you move on. Otherwise, it's all just going to be wrong and bad. Sagama says, do you teach? You seem to be really good at it. Thank you. I do. So I don't have a professional teaching background, so I will, make mistakes in pedagogy, but I do work with 100 Devs, which teaches folks how to code online. So I volunteer for them. Yep. So every weekend, this is what I do. It's a lot of fun. All right. So let's try again. I think I saved it. I did. Hey, check it out. It works. Yes. So now, once I added that one little keyword, that await keyword, it forced the code to hang on a hot second before it actually tried to display something to the user. Kobe says, when will the next Leon cohort start? If you're wondering what we're talking about, you can do exclamation point 100 devs in chat. That'll take you to the website. But the next cohort is currently delayed because our fiscal sponsor collapsed like 2 weeks ago. Like they literally liquidated. So we don't have anybody to handle our client funds, our nonprofit client funds. Yeah, so I have no idea. It was supposed to start on March 5th. It has been delayed for the foreseeable future. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. I think it'll be worth it too. But yeah, I do have a new command within my in chat, so I'll just call that real quick so you can see it. Yeah, so it's got the new website there if you want to read about 100 devs and what 100 devs is and what it does. Yes, and if you want to get started now, the second 100 devs cohort is free on YouTube. So you can, if you want to learn, get better at web development, you want to do some self-paced learning, you can learn for free. Do not pay. Never, ever, 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 ever pay $10,000 for a boot camp. You don't need to. All the resources that you need are free. If you want the community aspect of learning how to become a web developer, then you can join the 100 Devs Discord. Like we've got several thousand active members on the Discord, people who are there every day, learning to code together. And I swear there's literally no charge ever. 100 Devs was built as a free platform, and it is a free platform. We ask nothing of you. You can learn at your own pace, and there is never any charge or payment for any reason. Kobe says, I'm trying to get better at web development. Perfect. Don't spend $10,000. Learn it for free because you can. Yep. Okay. Off my soapbox there. Education should be free, by the way. Any and all education. Nobody should ever have to pay to learn. It should all be free. And so that's why we do what we do. Kobe says, I paid for Scrimba. Yeah, sometimes folks will pay for stuff because it makes you feel better. It makes you feel like you accomplished something when you pay for it, right? You're like, yes, I'm doing it. But all you really did was pay for it, right? You still got to do the thing. You still got to do the course. So why not just do the course, but for free? Yeah. Oh, no worries. It's okay. There's no shame in trying to better yourself. No, there's no, you shouldn't feel bad about that. You were doing a good thing. Just all I'm saying is that there's other options out there that are free. What is happening, Copperly? Your neighbor is flooding your apartment? Don't if you got to go and deal with that, go deal with that. That doesn't sound good. Lawrence said, what's the best way to get into data analytics after completing a CS degree? Um, I I don't have a CS degree, so I don't know that I can answer that question. But I was in. Oh my goodness, Flustered! Thank you so much for the bits. Wow, thank you, very kind of you. Pin says, how accurate is the app so far? It is not accurate at all. That's not the goal. The goal isn't to be accurate. The goal is to learn how to use fetches and manipulate the DOM. So yeah, it's terrible. It doesn't work. But that's the goal here is to just learn about how to talk to an API. Mylar, they say, how can you predict someone's age by the first name and country code? You can't. It doesn't work. It's using an API called Ageify. So the point here is not to get an accurate prediction. The point is to remind ourselves how to talk to an API using client-side JavaScript without a server, and then how to manipulate the DOM directly without using a framework, but how to literally go into the DOM tree and manipulate it so that we so that we can display the results to the user. Yeah. And I was going to talk about something else, and I lost the thread of it. Oh, what's the best way to get into data analytics after completing a CS degree? Yeah, I don't have a CS degree, but I did work in data analytics for almost 10 years. Not quite ish. I don't know, 8 years, maybe. I don't know. Time is weird. But anyway, I worked in data analytics for a long time. So I got my first data analytics job right out of college. Fortunately, you can find data analytics roles in a lot of different industries. However, data analytics is really common in insurance. If you're in the US, then health insurance is a great place to get into for data analytics. Um, if you're not in the US, I probably not as common. But really, there's a lot of roles for data analysts out there. It's a pretty big field. So don't limit yourself to one particular industry. Um, I've been in data analytics I've been in finance, I've been in health insurance, I've been in production, like manufacturing operations doing data analytics. So yeah, you got choices, fortunately. Education should be free, educators should be paid 100%. We're doing what's called machine BSing instead of machine learning. Sure. Yeah, you should always know how to do this stuff without a framework. And then later on, when you're building your own stuff, you can use whatever frameworks you want, as long as you understand the fundamentals first. Absolutely. Um, Pither says math and Python. I actually don't know Python. I never learned Python. So Python is not a requirement for data analytics. It certainly helps. I have always worked in analytics with SQL, but just know that you don't have to know anything in particular in order to break into data analytics. You just need to be good with logic. I'm not particularly good at math either. Um, I I suck at math actually. I'm really bad at math. I don't know Python. Um, but and when I got my first data analytics job, I didn't know SQL either. So I did have a statistics degree, but I didn't like it. So really, what I was good at when I got into data analytics was just logic, thinking through logic, and I was really good at Excel. So at the minimum, you should probably be good at Microsoft Excel, but learning things like Python and SQL will help you have more opportunities. So again, remember, there's nothing that you never have to know any particular language or framework or anything really, but there's certain things that are going to help you in certain niches. Yeah. Yeah, glad that was helpful. Okay. So, what are we doing? We are returning stuff. We're returning stuff successfully from our API. So we have our minimum viable product up and running. Remember, we talked about the minimum viable product before? We said, what is the minimum that we need in order for this app to do what it says it's going to do? Well, the minimum thing that we needed was it needed to allow the user to enter a name and a country. It needed to allow them to click a button. It needed to go talk to the API and then fetch the result from the API and show it to the user. So this is our MVP right here. We did it. Go us. Now, in the finished version, we want to add some additional features, right? This is the finished version right here. So we want to have it do more stuff. So if I enter the same values here, then it not only gives me the age, but then it asks me a question. It says, are you younger, older, or same age? And then depending what I choose, it tells me a joke. And then I can click a reset button to essentially clear the form and reset everything back to the way it was. Thank you for the follow, XJ and Alexander. Thank you both for the follows. Much appreciated. And thank you, +2, again for the bits. That was very kind of you. I don't know what bits are for, but thank you. I get them occasionally. And I'm like, I don't know what these do. But thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. There's a question. We're going to take a break here too. This is a perfect. We're just hitting the stopping points at just the right point. We're going to take a break here in just a minute. I just want to catch up with chat. Kobe says, "Will there be another framework that will be better than React? Better? No. Are there other frameworks that build on top of React? Yes. But when you say things like better or worse, those are subjective, right? Everybody's going to have their opinion. Social media is going to fight you if you say the wrong thing. But better or worse is not really something that's quantifiable. There are frameworks that build on top of React, such as Next.js, that takes React and adds some things to it and does some things differently. But better or worse isn't something that anybody can speak to, really. Yeah. Okay, let's take a break, 5 minutes. When we come back, then we are going to add these extra features. We're going to add some buttons, we're going to add some jokes, we're going to practice a little bit of DOM manipulation in order to add these additional elements and then make those elements. So not only do we have to think, let's think about this. If I do this, like we'll do Atom, I don't know, see if there's any atoms in France. 49. Okay. So not only do we have to add these buttons to the DOM, we also have to make them do something, right? We have to not only add these buttons to the DOM with our JavaScript, we then have to make it so those buttons then add something else, right? As soon as we click one of these, then it adds yet another thing. So interestingly enough, we have to not only add a UI element, we then have to hook that UI element up and make it trigger something else. And then we'll also add our reset function too. So we got a couple more things to add here now that we've finished with our MVP. Yeah. Okay, so 5-minute break. When we come back, we will start adding on these little extras. QB says, My Wolf got a CDHTML. You can see it right now in the GitHub repository. So do !project in chat. That'll give you the link to the repository, and you can look at it to your heart's content as much as you want. Mitt White, thank you so much for the follow. Marfin says, the second field says optional. Does making a request with the empty field work? Yeah, we can try that. Oh, I got to get the right one here. The way we set it up, it should work. Yep. So it works just the same with no country field because we set it up that way, right? We made all that optional. And then in the output that you get back, it just omits the country information altogether because there's nothing there. And you can see we got a different value. So it seems to be working. XJ says, oh my gosh, is it JS? It is JS. Yeah, we're doing vanilla JS where we're practicing client-side scripting, specifically client-side because it's something we don't often touch on. Yeah, so it's XJ, it sounds like maybe JS is not something you enjoy. Well, it's important to go back and practice the things that we don't enjoy so we get more comfortable and feel better about using them so that if we have to use them, it doesn't scare us. And we can go back and just we can just go back and build something in vanilla JS if we need to without using a framework or anything else. So yeah, when something is scary, then it's important to practice it. Just like anything. All right, we got to take a break. 5 minutes. When we come back, we're going to finish this bad boy out with these extra features down here. Okay? All right, see you in 5. Oh, by the way, welcome to the stream, King Richie. You can do !project if you want to see the finished code, what we're building today. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you are ready. If you've been sitting this whole time, get up right now. If you're able to do so, get up and stretch. At the very least, stretch your arms and stretch your neck. Roll your neck a few times, roll your wrists. Because staying still is bad for you. Don't do it. So get yourself a glass of water, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other, with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, and we are back. I see some very spirited discussion going on in the chat, and not that I don't appreciate experienced people coming into the chat and sharing their knowledge, but this is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about earlier in the stream, where folks on social media, including right here in Twitch chat, they're gonna have opinions, and they're gonna have strong opinions, and they're going to state those opinions, and they have every right to do so. But we need to be careful of saying things like a framework is bad, or oh, that sucks, never use that kind of thing, because you got a lot of new developers here in this chat right now. We've been having great conversations with folks who are brand new to coding, and so mind your audience. Be careful of making statements that are inherently subjective and treating them like factual truth. Now, you might have reasons why you have that opinion, and it's not bad to have opinions, and you should be able to share those opinions, but be mindful of your audience and who might read them, right? And if you are a new coder out there and you are freaking out about what you should learn whatever you want. It's okay. There's nothing that's going to be bad for you. The important thing is that you learn something, that you build with it. All right? Exactly. As Marfriend says, thank you for clarifying that, Marfriend, is that you should advise people to just go out and try things and then form your own opinions. Okay? But when you're stating those opinions, make sure that you're not stating them as factual or truthful, when they may just be subjective in the end, and they may scare people away from learning. Okay? So be careful, especially when sharing things on Twitter or here or wherever. All right? Cool. So learn whatever you want. I started out learning SQL. Is SQL a web development language? No. But it helped me learn web development, right? It doesn't matter where you start. What matters is where you end up. Hey, Madeline, good to see you. Thank you. I'm glad you like the glasses. I like them too. They're nice. Yes, everyone has opinions, right? Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. We're allowed to share them. But make sure that you're not making things more difficult for new developers to break into the field, and making the field scary. Yes. And that's another great point, is that you don't always have a choice of what framework you're going to use. It might one framework might be worse for performance, or and you know it's worse than this other framework that you really want to use. But what does your employer use? Your employer, you're going to use whatever your employer tells you to use, right? It might be terrible. You might be programming in COBOL, but it's what your employer tells you to use, and so you're dang well going to use it. Yeah, the fundamentals don't change of any language. Exactly. Yes. Hey, Trevor, good to see you. Yeah, and most of the time when you get your first dev job, you're going to be using a bunch of like you're going to be using a bunch of frameworks that are like 10 years out of date anyway, and you're also going to be using a bunch of like homegrown tools that somebody named Larry built, and Larry retired 20 years ago, and now they're just maintaining those tools, and nobody, there's not enough time to update them, so you're using all the tools that Larry built 20 years ago anyway. So who knows? Everyone is Larry. That's just the way it is, right? Yes, if you were the CEO, maybe you would change it. But a lot of the times, another reason that employers are going to use old stuff or crap or stuff that is bad or strongly believe is bad is because it's safe. They don't want to switch to something new that might cause variables down the line or cause variables that are just completely unknown. They want to stick with something safe, and so they're going to stick with something safe, and that's just how it is, unfortunately. Panther says, "It's okay. I'm sure Larry was a good documenter too." Yeah, there's never any documentation either. Never. Nope, never documented. Hey, Noctum, good to meet you. Good to have you here. Oh, man, documentation. Don't you wish it would write itself? Okay, let's keep going, shall we? We've got some stuff to add. So, currently, our MVP of this app goes down to here. It does all the stuff that I highlighted. We want to add. Larry usually has the documentation on his thumb drive. Oh, docs should write themselves. Yeah, exactly. AI, that's what I need. Okay, so that's what I need AI to do. I need AI to write me perfect documentation every single time. Yes, that's what I want AI to do. Exactly. Yeah, so we want to add all this stuff down here. y'all, are, y'all are so funny. Documentation was when you went to Larry and he grudgingly and gruffly does it for you and asks why it was so hard. Oh, you're killing me. Okay. Um, so we want to add all this stuff down here. So I'm thinking we're gonna need at least one new function for the reset, and then we're also gonna need another function to handle this sort of intermediate DOM manipulation right here. All right, I'm just getting back to my notes here. All right, so I think what we can do here to make this easy is instead of making this get predicted age function even bigger than it already is, it's already pretty big. So what I'd like to do instead is just create another function and call it from get predicted age. So it's another thing we can do is to make your code more readable is to kind of just break it out. If you've got more features that you want to add, you don't need to make this one function bigger. Why don't we just create another function and have this one call it? So underneath the area where we're actually displaying the results, I think what I also want to do is call this new function that's going to ask those questions to the user. So we can call that um, ask user age comparison. And that'll just call that function, which we can define down here. Now, this one is not going to be talking to any outside resources. We're not talking to the API again. We're not talking to a database. So this one doesn't have to be asynchronous. It can just be a normal function because this code can just execute in order. We're not waiting on anything. Just be a lovely normal function. Oh yeah, we can check and see. All right, if I put in the name Larry here, what is that? Larry. What does that return the average age is? Oh, yep. Yep, over retirement age. See, I told you Larry retired 20 years ago. Exactly. I was right, you see? All right, so we're adding an additional element here underneath our age return. So essentially, I think what I want to do is I want to then generate yet another div and put the question in it as well as the buttons. And I want to just then append that to my results div. So the same place where I'm putting these results, I'm going to create another div, put these question and the buttons in it, and I'm just going to add it to my results div. All right, so we can call this question div. And I should be able to copy my other create element from up here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, that's all right. I think I'll just that's all right. I'll just type it out. So document dot create element, and then we're creating an element and specifically a div. So this is how you can generate HTML tags. You can just say document.create element and then whatever element you want to create. So we're going to create a div. Actually, so I actually work with a couple of folks who started out writing COBOL on. So I work with a couple of folks from the mainframe days who literally that they got their start as a developer um, writing COBOL, and I know some people too that did start out with punch cards, and it's really cool talking to them about it. Like that, they, how they used to have to stack their punch cards and stuff. It's so cool to hear about that kind of thing. I love it, and to hear how we stand on the shoulders of giants. We stand on the advancements of everybody who came before us. Yeah. Yeah, Aspire, that's awesome. All right, so I'm creating this new div here, and inside of that I can just say oops, I can just say question div dot inner text, and we can just ask the question. So there's no this is not a template literal, this is just a string. Oop, Donnie Kuhn, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. All right, so we just created a new div here, and we're setting the inner text to ask the question. Now notice we created the div, but we haven't said where it's going to go yet. So we'll talk about this a little bit more once we get to it. But the important thing to remember is that when you're manually manipulating the DOM in this way and you're generating elements by hand like this, you have to think about not only what is that element going to be, but where does it fit inside the DOM tree. So think about that. We'll come back to that question, but just generating the element isn't enough. You have to tell the browser where to put it. So that's important. All right. So we've generated our question, and then I'm also going to create my buttons. There's 3 buttons. It's going to be younger, older, and same age. Punch card. I've never used a punch card. I've seen punch cards, and those the like the hardware and stuff that they used to have to use. But quick story. I was talking to somebody who was working in the punch card era, and they were saying how they had a job back in the days of punch cards. Like their job was literally just to ride a bike with like a basket of punch cards, like just a whole basket of punch cards. They had to take them from the place where the punch cards were being made, and they had to like bike them across to the actual like punch card receiver, the actual computer where it was going to read the punch cards. And so like imagine if you dropped that basket, right? Or you dropped that box on, or you ran into something with your bike, or somebody hit you with, yeah, Pin says they trusted a bike. Yeah, this person biked with a thing of punch cards. And so I love what this person came up with. The way that they gave themselves some insurance in case something did happen, they dropped them, whatever. When as soon as they got the stacks of punch cards, they would draw like a horizontal slash down the side of the stack. So like from one corner to one corner, looking at the stack like sideways, they drew a slash. And so if they dropped them, they would know what order they went in. They would still have to put them back in the right order, but they would know the order based on like the marker on the side of the card, which I thought was just a really cool idea. World's worst puzzle. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Donnie Coon, thank you. I'm glad you like it. My day's been going great. I hope your day's been going great as well. All right, so we've got we've set up our div. We've got the text that's going in the div. So now let's set up our buttons. We've got 3 buttons. So I'm just going to say const buttons, and I'm just going to set up an array with the button names, and then we're going to just generate those buttons on the fly rather than hard coding each button tag. I mean, we could do that. There's no harm in that. We could hard code each button tag, but why not do it dynamically if we can? So we're mimicking here a little bit of the capabilities of if we were using a framework, we'd be dynamically generating this stuff. So let's just do that for funsies because we can. So we've got an array. And then what's a quick way that we can loop through that array and do something to it? So for, we want to loop through that array and do something to each element. Essentially, we want to like apply like a mini function to each element. It's funny. Yeah. So we're going to have to loop through it in some way, right? And since we're doing something rather complex to this, we want to generate all these button tags around it. We not only need to generate the button tags, we talked about this before. We not only need to generate the button tags themselves, we need to then assign a function to each of, or assign a, something that happens when that button is clicked, right? So not only do we just need to generate the tags themselves, we need to then make them do something when they are clicked. So given the complexity of this, I think that map is probably the best choice here. So for each one of the things in this array, we can just call them age relations. You can call them whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. We're just giving it a name here. For each one of those, we're going to not only create a button. We're going to say const button equals document dot create element. And we're going to create, just like we did the div before, we're going to go ahead and create a button. We're going to assign the inner text of that button. And I'm going to set it to whatever element of the array we're currently on. So if we're on the younger one, I want that button text to be younger. If we're on the older one, I want it to be older. If we're on the same age one, I want it to be same age. Oh, non-fat burrito. Non-fat burrito. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Hey, Rigo. Welcome to the stream. They say, what are we writing in? We're doing vanilla JS today. We're doing some client-side vanilla JS, teaching us how to manipulate the DOM without using a framework like React. So how can we manipulate the DOM with just plain old vanilla JS? Thank you for the follows, Wisnoom. Oh my goodness. And Rego, thank you. All right, so if I want the inner text of my button to essentially match whatever element of the array we're currently on, what should I put here? For button.innerText, what? Button.innerText should equal what? Yes, age relation, right, it should. Yep, because it's whatever element of the array we're currently on. So that's going to assign that to the inner text of the button, and that's what's going to be shown to the user. Okay? And then the last thing I need to do is make sure that the button actually works when it's clicked. So if we save this, let's see. Well, I guess I can't show it in the browser just yet. But if we were to just save this right now, and assuming we had everything hooked up correctly, the buttons would all show up. But if you click them, nothing would happen. So how do I make it so that something happens when the user interacts with the button? How do I assign something to happen when a button is interacted with? What would I need to add to that? You can think about it. It's a little hard to think about it when we're abstract like this. Yeah, we need to add some kind of an event listener, right? Or an event handler of some kind. So what should that handler be? Specifically, what type of interaction do we want to listen for with a button? Ah, Merwin, yes. Yeah, we want to listen for a click, right? On click. Yes, and Mari TV and Marwan, welcome to this stream and welcome Hot Pow. I love it when my first time chatters just like swoop in with the right answer. You're like, bam, I got this. I'm here. Yes, nice. Thank you for the follows, folks, as well. Much appreciated, Mari and Marwan. So we want to, for each of those buttons, we want to just say button dot on click, and then assign it what happens when it's clicked. Well, when it's clicked, we're gonna actually call another function that we haven't actually built yet, but we're gonna call just this display joke function. And we can say age relation to lower case. I'll explain what's happening here in just a second. Okay, so on click, we're gonna call this new function, which we're gonna define next, and we're gonna pass into that function essentially whatever value this is, and we're just gonna convert it to lowercase. So they click the button, this value gets passed in to this function right here, and that's going to choose which joke gets displayed. Yeah. All right, we're almost done. Now the last and most important part. Oh, last thing we want to do is then return from this function. We want to return the contents of our button variable. Button. There we go. So what is this doing? Well, it's creating a div. It's putting some text in the div. And it's setting up a series of buttons. And then it's essentially wrapping those buttons in button tags, right? It's wrapping that text in button tags. And then it's determining what happens when each of those buttons is clicked. Well, we're going to call a function. And then the last thing that we need to do is figure out where those elements actually fit in the DOM tree. We talked about this before. It's not enough that you just create these elements, because right now they exist in a vacuum. If you were to try to display them, the browser's not going to know where to put them. Where do they live inside of the HTML that's already there? So let's take a quick peek back at our HTML real quick. Why do we call it the DOM tree? Why do I keep saying that? Why do I keep calling it a tree? We know that the DOM means like the was it document object model or whatever. It's just it's how the HTML is displayed. But why do I keep calling it a tree? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're all right. You are all right. Um, Folks are saying, well, because there's a root, because it's a hierarchy of elements, because there's parents and there's children. Yes, those are. And Renee says it has a tree structure. All the right answers. Yes. So the way that your browser determines the layout of the HTML that you've given it is it relies on those parent-child relationships. So starting with like root of the tree, which is essentially like this body element here, it drills down and determines those parent-child relationships so it can find out what goes where, essentially. So if we want to set a location for these new elements that we've created, we have to give them a space in the tree, in that hierarchy, that parent-child relationships. We have to assign them. Essentially, we've created children. And right now they're orphans. We don't want orphans. We want these children to have parents. So we need to take the children and we need to assign them to their parents. How do I do that? How can I take an HTML element I have created via JavaScript and assign it to a parent? What method do I use? You don't have to tell me the exact code, but what method would I use? Pin says okay, yeah. Pin says inner HTML. Technically, we could. Probably not the best way though. Yeah, Strain says append child. Been a while. Yes, we can use a method called append child to specify a parent and then attach that child to it. And so when it renders in the browser, it's going to be like you wrote it out in, like it was nested in there already. It's going to be like you took that new element and you put it inside the parent. We can do that via JavaScript. Yeah, append child. So what I'm going to do first, and also we have to think about the relationship here, because I essentially have this sentence right here, and then I have 3 buttons. So first, I want to take those 3 buttons and I want to attach them to this sentence. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Nobrix, for the follow. And thank you, Peak of Humanity, for the follow. And we got a stretch as well. Okay. There's a lot of happening there in my alerts. Oh, thank you. And my shoulders are stiff. I needed that. Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to attach those buttons to this div. And then we're going to take this div and attach it to the correct parent so it shows up in the correct relationship on the page. So we're going to see how to do that in just a second. So first, I'm going to start with the youngest child. So what is the lowest element in the tree? Well, it's my buttons. So I'm going to say buttons. And then for each one, for each button in my list of buttons, I'm going to append them to my question div. And once I do this, when this renders in the browser, it's literally going to act like those buttons were just inside that div all along. Hey, Hollywood Zap, good to see you. Oh, I remember you. I think I saw you. I saw you on the NASA stream, didn't I? You were on the SpaceX stream. You made a Mystery Science Theater joke, right? Yes. I hope that was you. Otherwise, it's gonna be really weird. Okay, yeah, yeah. You're the Mystery Science Theater person. Yep. Good to have you here. Welcome. All right. So for each one, first we're going to attach it to this parent, and then we're going to take this parent and attach it to the correct parent so it shows up below all the other stuff. So what we can do there is, I think I may have oh no, I'm good on parentheses. Okay. We can just say document dot get element by ID to go into our existing HTML and find the correct parent. I'm just going to add this to the end of my results div. So if we just pop back to the HTML here real quick, at the bottom, if you recall, we created this special empty div called result just to put all the results in. So when we get a response back from the API, we're initially just putting like the age in here. And then in this second round, we're then going to append our question and our buttons to the end of that as well. So we're attaching everything to this parent. And so everything's going to show up in the right place in the right order. Oh, yes, correct. And I did make a small typo here. This should just be button. Yes. Good catch. Thank you. And then I'm going to catch up with chat here in just a second, but I want to finish this first. And I know this is kind of hard to visualize if you're not familiar with the DOM tree, but again, all we've done here is we're saying, hey, I want all this stuff, all the questions and the buttons and stuff to go inside of my results div. And so using our JavaScript, all we've really done is said, all right, buttons, you get appended to this question. Question, you get appended to our results div, and then everything shows up correctly in the browser. So we can prove this by just doing a quick inspect on our HTML. If we look inside of our body and we head down here to our result div, look what you see. We've got a div. So we've got a result div here. We've got the result from the API. Then we've got a new div, which is what we just finished coding. We've got our question and we've got our 3 buttons. Everything's in the right place because we were thinking about the tree when we wrote it. All right, let's see. Catching with chat. Yeah, as Pin says, inner HTML would be appropriate for one paint. Append child is better for dynamic elements. Yes, that's the point. So if you just had like a string with a bunch of HTML in it and you just wanted to plonk that, you know, inside of another tag, then you could use inner HTML. It's not the best, but you could use it. But since we're dynamically generating these elements, you want to use append child because that's actually thinking in terms of the DOM structure and really appending that properly to the parent. Yeah. Replace children. As far as using replace children, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know that I've used replace children before. I think the question there was, could we just use this, take in that buttons list and use the spread operator to spread it out, and then use the replace children method. I don't know. Maybe you could Google that. Let me know. Would replace children work in this case? I don't know that I've used replace children. I generally just use append child, but that might work for all of them at once, is my guess. So instead of having to do a for each loop, you could just use replace children, use the spread operator to treat each one individually, and then just replace all of them at once without having to do the loop. So maybe, yeah. You could try it, my friends, and let me know if it works. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Peacock
I've got very cold tea. Got a very large mug of very cold tea right here. Okay. So, let's see. Are we going to be able to try this yet? We're not going to be able to try this yet, I don't think, because we are missing a function that we haven't defined yet. So let's just go ahead and finish making this display joke function, and then we should be able to test this. All right. So questions. I know we got a lot of new folks here, so if you have questions, please do ask them. There's no such thing as a stupid question. You're allowed to ask questions at any point. I'm going to ask you questions, so you get to ask me questions too. Just keep them generally on topic if you can. All right, we'll save this, and then let's go ahead and make our display joke function so we can actually test this new feature. This one's not terribly complicated. However, essentially what it needs to do is it needs to assign the correct joke to the correct button. So you can make this complicated. You could have it do a totally random joke. You could have it hit another API and return a joke. But in this case, I'm not going to make it that complicated. We just have one joke for each button, and I want to display the correct joke based on which button was clicked. So if they click the younger button, we display one joke. They click the older button, we display another joke. They click the same age button, we display that joke. Okay? So it's going to be one of three. So we're going to have a new function here. Whoop, not dunction. And it's going to be called display joke. And we're going to pass in that, essentially the value of whatever button they clicked. Now, I know, have it call itself and reassert a new guess. You could. It could be recursive if you wanted it to. Windows XP background. Yes, that is the Windows XP background. Legit from Microsoft, too. They released a high def version if anybody else wants to get one. Okay, so what do I have here? Well, I know that I'm always going to be choosing from one of three specific choices. So, what are some ways that I could build this function to where it is it's returning the result of one of three specific inputs to deliver one of three specific results? Well, how could we do that? What are some ways? Three specific inputs that are always going to be, it's always going to be one of three values that it's going to be passed into this function. And it's always going to be one of three values that gets output from the function. So what would be the best way to build this? What do we think? We could do an array, certainly, yes. We could do a switch. You could do a nested if-else statement, right? We could do some lovely nested if-elses. There's nothing wrong with that. Marwan says enums. Yeah, enums. If you're not familiar, enums are essentially a list of static values. It can only be one of the values in a list. So if you declare an enum, it's like, all right, it's only ever going to be one of these things. I think what I'm going to do for this function, and again, there's not necessarily a bad answer here. I'm just asking to see if we know what are some ways that this could be accomplished. But I'm going to tell you the way that I like to do it, not joke, and not Jake, joke. Um, the way that I like to do it is, my dear beloved, the switch statement. Now, a lot of folks don't like switch statements, and that's okay. You don't have to, but I do. So, a switch statement works by essentially checking specific cases, and if one of those cases is true, then it returns a specific output. You can do switch statements that are pretty much infinitely long, which is why they're somewhat more flexible than like a nested if else. Because an if else can become fairly complicated fairly quickly. But again, there's nothing wrong with just doing if and then if else and then if else and then if else. That's fine too. Whatever works. I like switch statements, but again, I know a lot of people don't. So in the case where the value being passed in is equal to younger, then the output is going to be, and I'm just going to copy this. So I had to look up planets that have a shorter year than the planet Earth, and as Mercury and Venus have shorter years than the planet Earth. So yeah, so if the person is actually younger and the age that's being displayed is older, then if they lived on Venus, then it might have been right. It's not that funny, but oh, and I forgot I need a colon here. Got to stick to the formatting. So my next case will be if it's older. I never said I was a comedian. And the joke, if it's older, is that you got the high score, so you win. And then finally, the last case is same age. If so, then joke. Spot on. That means that the data is always correct and never wrong. So it's going to be one of these three values. Now, what's the last thing that I need to add? What am I missing in this switch statement to make sure it actually works properly and returns the value I'm expecting? This is the thing that most people forget when they're building a switch statement, which is why I've left it off until just now, just to see if anybody catches it. Yeah, and folks are already catching it. They're like, "Hey, wait, don't you need a break? Don't you need a break statement inside of a switch statement in JavaScript?" Yes, you do. You do. You do. Yep. I'm all about that. Yeah, I'm all gas, no brakes. Exactly. So yes, we need to add, after each condition, we need to add a break. Now, you could also, some folks are saying, well, you need a default too. In this case, we don't, because I always know that what's being passed into this function is one of three values. It literally cannot be anything else. There is no physical way for any other value to get passed in. However, if there was a time when you might have some kind of just a dynamic value being passed in, and it could be none of these things, then you would want to make sure that you have a default case, so that it's basically like the catch in a try catch block, right? If anything falls through and doesn't match any of these cases, then you add your default and it catches anything else. Hey, Kanka, good to have you back. Hey, Vishnu, thank you for the follow. Wendell, thank you for the follow. And Tommy, thank you for the follow as well. Good to have you all here. Hope you're having a good day. Break versus break, yeah. This is the correct spelling, yes. A B-R-A-K, English is weird. We talked about this before. So B-R-A-K-E is basically like the brake pedal in a car. So it's the like slow down, stop. Whereas B-R-E-A-K means like to actually like break, like injure or destroy something, by breaking it like this. So two different meanings, same pronunciation. English is weird. Yes, break. Yes, break may also mean like a pause as well. Yeah, resume and resume. I know English sucks. And I say this as a native speaker. I love writing and I love grammar and I love vocabulary, but still English is way harder than it has any right to be. All right, so finally, we've got the thing that's being returned, right? So we know what's going to be returned, and then we just need to set up the HTML structure to contain it. So similarly to the way we did before, um, we're essentially just going to make sure that there's a place for that to live. So we're just going to say, all right, either get the element with the ID of joke. Now, currently we don't have that. So either get the existing element with the ID of joke, or we'll go ahead and create it. I cannot spell either. Or we're going to go ahead and create a new div for it. Yes, and we are going to be appending a child as well. You're exactly right, Marwan. Um, so what is this? What did I just do here? When I use the double pipes, what did I do here? This is easy to overlook, but what did I just do with this statement? Yeah, essentially this is a shorthand for a logical OR operator. And again, we're taking advantage short. Yes, exactly. Specifically short circuit logic. Yeah. So we're taking advantage of that truthy falsy kind of relationship again to essentially say, all right, we want to put a value into this joke div. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to check and see, does an element with this ID already exist? In this case, no, it doesn't. So then we go to the other side of this OR, the short circuit, and we go ahead and create the element and assign it into this variable. So in the case of this OR short circuit operator, it's going to check this first. And if this is falsy, then it's going to head on over and do the right side. So whatever's on the right side, kind of like a logic gate. Yeah, exactly. So this is a good shorthand rather than having to, do a bunch of manual if else or ternaries or whatever. So you can either do, a shorthand or short circuit, or you can do a shorthand and short circuit. So ampersand ampersand is the and version of this, where both have to be true. Yeah, computers are massive logic gates. Exactly. It's just a bunch of logic. Yep. All right. So yeah, you'll see a lot of double and short circuits in older React. Exactly. Yep. And I think if you look at the new React docs, so that React just came out with new docs here within the past year, I do believe there's some specific writing on the use of double ampersand short circuits. So if you're curious about that and how it's used in React and when you should and shouldn't use it, I would suggest checking out the new React docs to read on that. Yeah. All right. So if we create that div, we want to make sure that it has the correct ID. So we just say joke div, oops, dot ID is equal to joke. And then the inner text of that div, I keep saying dive, should then be equal to whatever value was returned by this switch statement. Arwen says, I feel like the new React docs might make a good stream. And just saying, I already did it. Yeah, you can go into my YouTube channel right now. I went through the entirety, all of them, all of the new React docs live on stream. It's like 7 parts. It's like 24 hours long. Go check it out. Yeah. No, I did go through the new docs. Like not the old ones, but like the new ones. Like the new ones from like less than a year ago. Yeah. So I went through the old ones. Like 2 years ago. But yeah, I went through the new ones here within the last year. Yeah. Did you notice how many exclamation points they use? The writers are very enthusiastic. Hey, it's good they're excited. I don't. I feel like it's hard to be excited about documentation, so I'm just glad somebody was. Marwan says if we're following a good pattern of constants, const should be not be a comparison. No, yeah, that's a good point. We could say we can make this a let. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. Sure. Okay. Let's see. Inner tags. All right. And the last thing, I do have an if here, but I think we could probably. Well, I'll leave it in. It's not going to hurt anything. I don't remember why I put that there, but hey, whatever. So essentially, we're just doing a check here to say, no, I do need this. Never mind. We're saying, all right, look for the element with the ID of joke. If it's not there already, yes, if it's not there already, then go ahead and append it to our div. So again, we're just setting up the tree here. We're putting everything in the right order. If this is puzzling, you might not, immediately grok exactly what this is doing by just looking at the code. So what my suggestion is, after you get it done, after you finished it, then go into the browser and do an inspect and see how everything stacks together in the actual tree. So once you finish coding it, you got it running in the browser, do an inspect, and then see how everything stacks, and then walk back through it that way with the visual aid of the actual with the actual DOM open in your browser. QB says the bang means not, right? Yes. So if you see an exclamation point in front of something, that's what's called it's technically called bang. So you'll see it, exclamation point is generally called bang in various languages. So if I say something like bang and then true or bang false, I just mean exclamation point. So that's just a little vocabulary word there. So in this case, we have bang document.get element by ID joke. So what we're doing here is we're saying, hey, look to see if there's already a piece of HTML with the ID of joke appended, or sorry, if it doesn't already exist, right? If it doesn't already exist in the tree, if there's not already an element with an ID of joke there, then go ahead and append it as a child to the result div. Because so we don't want to append it twice. If it already exists, then just use it. But otherwise, append it. Okay, I got to catch up on chat. I'm way behind. But we're basically done with this function, so we should be able to test it and see if it works. I'm so behind. All right, so we talked about short circuit. Kanko says, do you work on React and Express as well, or only Vanilla JS? No, I work on. I build plenty of stuff with Node, Express, React. Yeah, I use all different kinds of frameworks. But I give myself a scratch there on my nose. But it's important to go back and practice the basics every now and then so you don't forget them, which is what we're doing. Because yeah, I'm totally. I can build something. I could build this in React. 30 minutes, if that. But it's what's more important is that you go back and you remember why all this works the way it does. Well, it works the way it does because of the DOM tree. Well, how do we mess with the DOM tree? Well, let's do it. Let's figure out how we can do this without all the fancy frameworks that we put on top of everything. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing some more complicated, streams using frameworks, really any of my full stack streams, I'm going to be using Express and Node. If you just search for like React on my YouTube channel, search for React on my YouTube channel, you'll see plenty of projects about that. So really whatever fits your fancy. For backend, I use both MongoDB and SQL, Supabase. So if you want to learn more about that, you can. Yep. Plenty of options. Madeline says, I think technical writing would be fun. I can imagine knowing a framework, language or framework that well to be able to write it out in that way. Yeah, that would be. I have to do some documentation for work sometimes, and writing documentation does give you a better understanding of the material, right? Because just like anything, in order to teach it, you have to know it first. Otherwise, you can't explain it. So it's a good litmus test for how well you actually know something. Mm-hmm. Vishnu says, I was trying to learn promises and synchronicity, and I still don't get it. Promises are hard. I don't blame you. It's okay. My suggestion would just be to start using them. Um, just try to start implementing them. Build a full stack app and see if you can use promises to contact a database or to write something to a database. Start using them a little bit, and really just reading about promises really sucks. It's not like, I mean, it's so hard to understand promises just by reading about them because it's so confusing, that logic, the stack and everything. So my suggestion would be to just start using them, and then you'll get a feel for how the elements work and how everything fits together to get the job done, would be my suggestion. Arwen says React 19 made a bunch of changes weeks ago. Okay, yeah, I haven't done those docs. Yeah, explaining promises there, my friends. Thank you. Yeah, for me, and maybe this is just me, but for me, even knowing what you just said there, knowing about knowing about the stack and the callbacks and like the functional description of those things, I had to just start using it before I could understand how to implement them. Yeah, and as Pither said, asynchronous programming is difficult, and for me, the best way was just to jump in and start using them, and then you start to get a feel for, okay, that's how that works. QBDev says, when you say use it if it's already there, how would you do that? I assume you're talking about this here. Well, if we wanted to check if it was already there and then do something, then we would just take the exclamation point away. That just reverses the comparison. So the bang here essentially flips the negative of whatever we were evaluating before. So essentially, here we're saying, hey, if this is not there, then do this. But if we wanted to say, hey, if it is there, then do something, we just take the bang away. So just flip. You can just flip it like that. Yeah. Okay. So we've got this done. Now let's test it. So make sure I get the right one here. Make sure I'm using the right version of the app. Okay, this one should be right. Yes. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Okay, so that's very much wrong. So I am younger than this prediction. Oh no. Okay, it didn't give me it didn't give me the last bit, but it did give me this much. So that's good. Good start. Hey, we're halfway there. Don't bravo me yet. I'm sure I made a typo somewhere. Okay, we got an error. Good. Let's see what the error says. Errors are good because it tells us what's wrong. I probably made a typo. Yes. Okay. So I made a typo. And oh, yep, there it is. So if you're doing an inspect on your code and you get an error, you can click, and you can't see this, it's behind my camera, I think. But on the right side of the error, it's literally going to tell you the line of the code where things went wrong. So you can just click that, and Chrome will link you directly to the line that screwed up. So it should be get element by ID instead of elements. So just a minor typo. I do that a lot. All right, and it's on line 64. Ah, right at the end. All right, we'll save that and we'll try again. Hey, Intelligence, good to see ya. Hope you're having a good day. All right. Yay, we did it. I had one extra S in the like the very last line of my code, and that caused it to not work. But we were able to use the tools at our disposal. So we used the inspect, and it took us to exactly to the line of the code that was messing up. Peak of Humanity says, "Is there no VS Code plugin to warn you if you make a typo in the JS code?" Well, that's more functional with TypeScript. So if I was using TypeScript, it probably would have told me. Um, but oh, and I think I missed a okay, I missed a stretch earlier. Sorry, Peak of Humanity, I apologize. I missed that earlier. Oof. And we got a posture check. That's good. I have horrible posture. I'm a gremlin. That's why I stand up. Honestly, that's why I stand up while I stream because it makes me have better posture. Because otherwise, I would be like this. It'd be like Gollum, like in front of the keyboard, you know? Yeah. So, I mean, it'll highlight something if it's like obviously not a real thing. But in this case, get elements is apparently real enough that VS Code didn't flag it. So, but yeah, there's all sorts of extensions out there that can help you with that kind of thing. In my case, I don't use most of them. I only use, basically just like live server, and I use a thing that highlights my opening and closing parentheses. But other than that, I really don't use any extensions, and that's on purpose because it makes me a better troubleshooter if I have to work a little bit. If it just tells me, if VS Code tells me anytime anything is wrong, then I would forget how to troubleshoot. Yeah, so Prettier is good. Prettier is one that a lot of people use. Um, and I mean, I would just go to the extension library and just like do a search and see what you come up with. ESLint, yeah, that's another one. Prettier, ESLint, yep, definitely. I don't use those, so I can't really speak to them, but I've heard they're good. All right, last thing, last missing feature. Well, let's try all these real quick. Yep. So it looks like it's delivering the correct result no matter what we click. Great. Um, so last feature we need is a reset button. Now this is going to be the easiest part of the whole project. Just reset the form back to where we started. So a little button, we just add a button, it resets everything. So we just create a new function here called reset form. And all right, so if we want to reset the form, I'm going to ask you guys this. If we want to reset this form, what am I going to have to do? You don't have to give me the exact code. Just tell me in general terms, thinking through this logically, what are we gonna need to do? I do love the VS Code autocomplete. I will say that. Like that's great. The being able to tab and just autocomplete something, it's fantastic. Especially with as horrible speller as I am. Yeah, we're gonna need to clear the form, right? That's one thing. So we're gonna need to clear this. Yep, clear exactly, Queen Martian. Welcome to the stream. Clear the first name and country code. What else? Yeah, we're gonna need to get rid of the. We're gonna need to remove the children. We're gonna need to yeah. Yep, we're gonna need to remove this, this, this. Yep. Renate says, "Can't we just reload the page?" Well, technically, yeah, but where's the fun in that? Come on. Let's think about all the stuff we got to do and then do those things instead of just reloading the page. Yes, exactly, Queen Martian. Basically, just remove everything under the white box. Yep, sure. Yep. And I think you'll find if we look at our HTML structure, we built it in such a way that makes that very easy. It's all about that tree, my friends. All right, let's do it. So first thing I want to do is I want to clear these values from this and this. That'll be fairly easy to do. We can just say document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab both the name and the country, and we're just going to essentially, we can just set their values to empty. Set both of those to empty. We're going to clear both of those. We could also just I like that. I like that pin. They say we could just add a giant white div over everything. I love that is chaotic thinking and I love it. That's fantastic. All right, so we're going to clear the form first. And now we can say, all right, I want to clear out everything below the white box. So let's look at our tree real quick. Let's look at our structure and we'll see how to do that. So inside of our form, this is our form. We don't want to get rid of that. We want to keep that as. But a very quick and easy way for us to empty out everything below the white box would probably just to be like, let's remove everything out of this div, right? Let's just empty the div. Do that. Hey, Kiri, welcome. Did we get a raid? Oh no, I didn't see the raid. Welcome, folks. Welcome, raiders. I hope y'all are doing well. What were y'all working on today? We're having fun with DOM manipulation today. We're doing some vanilla JavaScript, some client side JavaScript, and we're taking our DOM tree by the roots and manipulating it ourselves rather than using a framework. Oh, working on a side project. Okay, that's super cool. Co-working, yay. Hey, Michael, hey, Junior, thank you for the follows. Thanks again for the raid. So very kind of you. We're just finishing up an app. We're practicing vanilla JavaScript on the client side, not only interacting with an API, but also then dynamically generating HTML elements and manipulating the DOM by hand, which is not something that we get to practice a lot. So we're doing that just for funsies. We're just about finishing up. We're setting up a reset button for our page. Yeah. Supreme says, "Who here loves JavaScript the most?" And Strain says, "Garlic bread most." JS is up there. I would tend to agree. I do love garlic bread. Yeah, not just because I'm asexual, but also I just genuinely love garlic bread. I know that's a meme, but like legit, garlic bread is amazing. Neat Coder says, "When are you going to make a dating app?" For the reason I just stated, probably never. Not going to happen. Not really my thing, as it were. I did build Facebook for cats. So, if you want Facebook for cats, I did build that. Cats greater than dating. Yes. Pretty much. All right, so essentially what we want to do here, next thing we want to do is just basically just strip all the children. So we assigned a bunch of children to this result div. Essentially we just want to get rid of them. There's a couple different ways we could do that, but probably the simplest way is just to say we already have result div stored in a variable, right? Well, we're going to store it right now. And then we can just set the inner HTML to nothing. Now I know we haven't really been using inner HTML for safety reasons, like we talked about before, but in this case we can just set it to be empty and clear the form, and then we're done. Now I didn't comment out another way to do it. We could loop through. So essentially probably the safer way to do it would be we could just loop through each child element inside of our result div here, and then while there are child elements, we would just say remove child and remove each one individually. Just do a quick loop, boop, 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 do a while loop, and then remove each child as long as there are children to remove. So if you look at the repo, you'll see that it's commented out, but that's another way you could do it. Oh, Kanka says, what safety reasons? I missed that. So you want to be very careful when you're using inner HTML, when you're generating DOM elements using inner HTML, because what that means is that anything you pass in there is going to be read as HTML. And so could very potentially have you executing malicious HTML. So you could have somebody injecting some bad stuff in there, some malicious tags, maybe a malicious tag with a link in it that goes to a malicious site. And so that gets displayed for the user. They click on it thinking it's part of your site, but really it was something that was injected to show up in that div when it wasn't meant to be there. Yeah. What about cats and dating? Cat cafe. I love cat cafes. Yeah, those are fun. Yeah. So just be aware of that. In this case, it's probably fine because we're not passing in a variable here. But still, just be aware of that anytime you use inner HTML that you could be opening yourself up to something malicious. All right, so I think that's it for the reset. We'll save that. Um, then the last thing I actually need to do is actually create a reset button, which I just need to do in my HTML. So I'm going to say button, and we'll give it an ID of, what did I call it? Oh, it didn't even have an ID. Okay. Our button is just going to be a type of button. Now, this might seem redundant, but what might be a reason why I might assign an explicit type to a button? What might be a reason why I might assign a specific type to a button? Form, yeah. So if it was inside of a form, then I would call it, I would give it the type of submit so that it did the right action on submission. Absolutely. This button is not in a form. For event listeners, sure. Yeah, could be. Pither says it can't be anything else and is prepackaged to function a particular way. Yes, so by assigning a type, you may also be assigning some default functionality. Absolutely. Yep. Not necessarily to style it. If I was doing styling, if I wanted to give this button a particular style, I would probably give it an ID or a class. Um, what's another reason? No, none of these are bad reasons. What's another reason? We've been talking about it already a little bit. Something that you might not always be thinking about, but if someone is experiencing your page in a non-standard way, certain additional clarifications might be helpful. What were we talking about earlier? Accessibility, my friends. Yes. Yeah. Everybody got it. Yeah, exactly. So we're just specifically saying, all right, exactly what this button is. It's not part of a form. It's just, but it is a clickable button, and it's going to do something when you click it. So, because sometimes I think many of us has done this. Sometimes we use buttons for other reasons, right? It's sometimes we use them um, just to do other. Sometimes you might use a button tag when maybe it's not actually a real button. Maybe it does something else. Who knows? I know I'm trying to think. I know I've done this, and I'm trying to think of a specific example. But in this case, we want to explicitly state, "Hey, this button, it is a real button, and when you click it, it's going to do something." Now, what do we want to happen when they click it? Well, we want to call our reset form function. So on click, call this function, do the thing. Cool. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes. So that's an excellent use case right there. So occasionally you might have a button that's actually not a real button. It's just a hamburger menu. And so it just opens up something else underneath it. Yeah. So you could have those types of cases. So Peak of Humanity asks, what's the difference between ARIA label and using something like type equals button? Well, ARIA labels are kind of meant to be like a last, I don't want to say a last resort, but it's kind of your step 3 in the specificity process. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the sub, Grizz. I really appreciate your support. That's so kind of you. Good to have you here. So, when you're thinking about accessibility, the first thing you should do is make sure that you're using the right tags for the right reasons. So you should always make sure that you are, for example, you're using, an H1 for a header, or a P tag for a paragraph, or LI tags for a list. Just the like you're not just putting whatever tag you want. You're not just using divs for literally everything. Um, so that's the first thing you can do. Use the right tags for the right reasons. And then the next thing you can do is make sure that if a tag does have like specific attributes, think of like an alt Like think of like an alt attribute for an image. So if I had the choice between giving an image tag like an alt, some alt text versus an aria label, you should always use the alt text because that's what's actually built into the tag itself. And so the aria label is kind of like, okay, I've done those things and this particular tag still isn't specific enough. There is still more that needs to be said about this in order to make it make sense if I can't see it. And so that's when you add the aria labels. Those are just yet another level of, okay, I still need to explain this more. It's still not going to be clear enough to someone who can't see it. So that's what the aria labels are for. Aria labels shouldn't replace other types of specificity. They should just add to it. Yeah. There's a lot of great documentation about this, like in the MDN documentation. So if you look up like ARIA or ARIA label in MDN, it gives you a lot of good information about just this very thing. And one of the like they have a big call out like at the top of the page that says labels should not replace just using the right tag for the right job. So they shouldn't allow you to get lazy. They should just supplement and make things even clearer than they already are. Yeah, that's why. That's right. That's why we. That's why we repeat these concepts. Yep, because space repetition that creates those pathways in your brain. I'm glad you like the glasses. Thank you. I like them too. Nice. They must help me see cool better. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's test this and see if it works. Hey, I am not 41. I am younger. Hey, it would have been right if I lived on Venus. All right, let's reset it. Hey, it works. We did it. We did it, y'all. We did it. We successfully manipulated the DOM using only client-side JavaScript, no frameworks, vanilla all the way, vanilla as vanilla ice cream. You can still build things and do things without using a bunch of fancy frameworks and tools. We didn't even need, like, technically, we didn't even need CSS here. You could just take out all the CSS and it would still work, right? Don't got to be fancy. Just got to know what you're doing. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I gotta do the sub screen. Woo! Oh my goodness. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. I just got a hype train.
Prime,
That's nuts.
just in case.
Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much. You're all very cool. My alerts are like going insane. Kitty party, yeah! What a great way to end this stream. Thank you so much for subscribing, everybody. We're not gonna end it right now. I'm just saying, like we're kind of winding down here, and so that's so kind of you all. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hey Z-Raw, thank you so much for the follow. Follows are great too. I love it. I love follows, just as much. Yes, thank you. But you're all very cool. But if you subscribe, then you get the cat. Then you get the cat GIF, which says you're very cool. But regardless, everybody's cool. All right. Well, I think that is I think we did it, folks. We implemented everything we wanted to implement. We're all got all of our features. You can access if you just joined us recently. If you're one of the raiders, then you can see the finished code right now if you want to build something like this. I would suggest if you want to practice more with these concepts, then take the finished code from the repo. You can do !project in chat right now to get the finished code. Take it from the repo, clone it down, and then add features to this. If you're thinking, oh man, I didn't like the way she did XYZ, or oh, what if we could add, I don't know, what if we could, instead of doing the hard coded jokes, what if we go to a jokes API and bring back a random joke each time? Well, then that sounds like a fantastic feature, and you should go and build that and then share it on Twitter and tag me. Because I like to see when people take my stuff and like make it better than it was. And just tag me on Twitter when you do it. Peak says, I assume the finished code will be pushed. It's already there. Yep, right. Click the link in chat right now. You can go see it. Is it okay if I follow you on GitHub? Of course. Yeah. And all of the reason I put stuff on GitHub is because I want people to do stuff with it. Like go watch my old streams, take the code, build something cool, make it better. Um, I mean that stuff's out there because I want people to use it. It's free for free for you all to use and modify and build your own things off of, and a lot of people have. I do. The only thing I ask is that you tag me on social media, like give me an at on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. Um, Heck, LinkedIn, I don't care, and just so I can see what you did. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Pete. Jokes from a very rude LLM. Sure, why not? Yeah, hook it up to Chat GPT Turbo. Sure, do that. Joe. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, well, let's at the end of my streams I always like to take, like, after we're done with the project and we're, I like to do a little sort of a wind down, and we'll spend, like, the next 15 minutes or so and just talk about whatever. Last time we spent like 45 minutes talking about Star Trek. So, whatever y'all have questions for me. We got a lot of new folks here today. Feel free to ask questions. Um, it is now random topic time, so whatever y'all want to talk about is fine by me, as long as it's appropriate. Stick to the rules, but we've got an open forum now. Well, I appreciate you joining, Celeste. Yeah, no worries. It was good to have you here. Take my wharf, please. Yeah, Dan, I know it's a struggle, right? Jeez. Oh, Glez, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Inner Planet, thank you so much for the sub. Wow. I'm feeling the love, folks. Thank you. Inner Planet, thank you so much. You're so cool. Thank you for subscribing. My alerts, the reason I have this special screen is my alerts only work like 50% of the time when someone subscribes to me. So I literally built a custom stream or a custom screen to fix that. So everybody that subs, they get the custom cats. But yes, thank you. Kanka, that's a great question. They say, what do you think of freelancing for an entry level programmer? I think as soon as you get to the point where you can start like building stuff, so once you know HTML and CSS, you can start building static sites, right? Like you have that ability. And so then if you can find someone that just wants a simple static site, then why not go build it for them? Sure, absolutely. There's never a bad time to start freelancing. Um, freelancing is um, freelancing is difficult, I will say, but there's certain things that you can do to make it easier and less risky for you. Probably the most important thing is having a good contract, um, and being very transparent with your client and having them be transparent with you. So make sure that you get a good contract, you get a signed contract with exactly the features that you're going to build at the start, and preferably 50% down payment too, if you can. Yeah, you can customize that percentage if you want, but some sort of down payment, a signed contract, and very clear definition of features. And then, I mean, yeah, then you're off to the races if you can find a client. Yeah. Celeste says, "Are you on every Sunday?" Most Sundays, yes. I will say I won't be on. I won't be streaming next Sunday, but generally I do. I am on every Sunday. And I'm hoping to stream more often here pretty soon once the new 100 devs cohort starts up. But for now, every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern, whatever time that is for you. Yeah. The risk with freelancing versus like working for a corporation is that obviously freelancing is just carries more inherent risk, in that you don't necessarily have a steady long-term job. You don't necessarily have steady benefits. If you're in the United States, maybe that's a little bit more important than it is in the rest of the world because healthcare sucks, but um, in the US. But it just depends on the risk versus the reward, right? Where are you getting that air seaplane? Glez says, "What do you think about going down the blockchain route as a developer?" Um, my suggestion would be to not focus in too hard on one area like crypto. Just focus on broad skills that are applicable everywhere. It doesn't really matter, what necessarily those skills are, but just know that the route of blockchain is not nearly as pervasive as other, like, just general like JavaScript skills, right? Just being able to build a full stack app with JavaScript. Like, that's, you're going to have a way wider pool of potential clients than you are in the narrow crypto space. Now, if you're already good at building full stack stuff, you can get clients, and you want to go blockchain, like, sure, that's fine. But know that the crypto space is much smaller and very volatile. So just keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you could also, as Dan has a great point, you could also look into the WordPress market too. You might say, well, oh, uh, that's it's using something like WordPress. Is that eh, how lucrative is that? Well, most of the web runs on WordPress. Um, they give a policy plane. Um, my first client was actually someone that just wanted me to build literally one of those drag and drop type deals. Zero coding. It was literally just use this, like it was like on GoDaddy or something. One of those things that it's like uh, build websites with no code, and you just drag the elements onto the page. They didn't want to do that. They hired me to do that. um, to just like, okay, drag this stuff on the page, and all right, I'm like, okay, sure, I'll do that. I'll drag stuff on the page all day long, as much as you want. So yeah, there's all sorts of markets for people that just don't have the time or the knowledge to build their own websites. Kanka says, I'm a CS freshman. I know React and Express with SQL. Great. You can build whatever you want. You know those things. You can build anything. You can build full stack apps all day long. So you can get pretty much any kind of client that you want, as long as you can actually build those things and make them run. Do, do, do. Peak says, why did you use div? I read somewhere that we need to use semantic HTML sections as much as possible. If that's true, would a section be better here? Yeah, the whole section versus div debate is one of those that is ongoing. Obviously, sections are newer. Div, I think the general breakdown is that um, divs are more, I guess they are more generic. Trying to think of a good way to state this. So sections are more for like actually breaking up like physical sections of your page, whereas divs are more for like generic styling and applying styling and stuff like that. So I mean, we could probably modify this to um to use sections instead, I suppose. Like right here, this could be a div, or sorry, this could be a section. Yeah. I find myself sort of vacillating between those a little bit sometimes. I think as long as the content inside of it is clear, then it's probably fine. But yeah, you're right. This could probably be replaced with a section. Yeah, the whole div versus section debate is a very much a full of subjectivity, as with many things are. Mm-hmm. Catching up on chat. Oh, there was a question about contracts. I lost it, but oh, Drunk says, what do you use for a freelance contract? I use a modified version of a UK contract called Contract Killer. I know it sounds weird, but if you just Google that, maybe not Google those words specifically, but like you could say like freelance contract killer, or something like that. Otherwise, you might get put on a list. But it's literally it's sort of a boilerplate contract for freelancers that you can modify. It is specific to the UK, but I just went through and like replaced the words with the Americanized version, and it's a great place to start for your contracts. Wix and Squarespace, yeah. I mean that runs most of the internet. Wix and Squarespace run the internet pretty much. And Pither says, yeah, some people don't even configure their phone or feel comfortable navigating the web. Yeah, that's why when people say like, oh, but I don't feel like I know enough. I don't know that I don't know that I could freelance because I've only built a few apps and stuff like this. I'm like, man, you are already like 1000% ahead of just the general public. And I'm not saying that the general public is, not smart or anything. It's just that they don't have these very specific skills and this familiarity and level of comfort and the desire to do this sort of thing. And we do. That's why we're doing it, right? And so just with having that desire and those basic skills, you are way ahead of them, and that puts you into a niche where you can then recruit these people as clients. Oh, thank you, Kanka. Glad says, do you only stream on Sundays? Yes, right now I only stream on Sundays. However, I do plan on increasing that frequency as soon as the next cohort of 100 Devs starts up. 100 Devs is an online course that teaches folks how to become full stack web developers for free from scratch. And it's fully hosted online. I'm one of the sort of instructors with that course. And so when that starts up again with live classes, I will be streaming more often. Peak says, what other Twitch full stack devs do you recommend? We follow for coding live streams. EJ on weekends, you don't stream. I would say our very own Madeline Patience, who is right here in the chat, or at least was. They may have left by now. But yeah, Madeline Patience is great. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so follow them. Madeline Patience. Madeline, you're doing. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Slouching, thank you. Hey, FD Fury, welcome to the stream. Madeline, you were doing React. Sorry, was it React? Yeah, Madeline is a lot of fun. If you're in 100 devs, you might be seeing a little bit more of them soon. Hint, hint. React and TypeScript. Okay, yeah. So if you want to get a little bit more advanced and learn about TypeScript and how you can use TypeScript with React, please do check out Madeline's streams. They also have a super fun and positive community similar to mine. So if you want similar vibes, check them out. Another good person to follow would be Leah T Codes. That's Leaht Codes. I can give them a shout out here as well. Shout out Leah T. Let's see if that works. Maybe. Yay. Okay. So check both Maddie and Leah out, and they have a very similar vibe to mine. So if you like this, if you like the community here, then you'll like their communities as well. Dan says, "Mine Wolf, when you go in full time streaming, probably never." I like having a day job. I like having reliable salary and benefits. Anything, obviously I love spending time here on Twitch with you all, but being a full-time Twitch streamer to me just sounds like a nightmare because you never know, when suddenly, your revenue drops or Twitch is going to make a change and tank your ad revenue or whatever. That just sounds terrible. So unless I suddenly, became like a you know, crazy popular and I was making like 10 grand a month, then I might consider it, but not at the small streamer level where I currently exist. Yeah. Oh, Pit there. They say I stream coding as well. Usually try to make little projects like Python/data or simple web. Okay, yeah. So if you're interested in the Python or data space, then check out Pither's stream as well. Sounds like a good place to learn some of those Python and data skills. MD says, "You're not rude like other people who broadcast live. How sad it is to live in the same land with people who are rude." I agree. Yeah, I feel like there's always room for a little bit more positivity, right? And I find that if you broadcast positivity and respect and kindness, then you tend to get that back, which is definitely true with this community here. I think everybody here would agree. We have a kind of a cool, bit of a unique vibe, and so I love supporting others who have that similar vibe in their streams and just creating a nice sort of a positive learning environment for anybody who wants to show up. But yeah, that's the goal. So I'm glad that comes across. Thank you. Uh, Oh, Pin says multi-stream on your own streaming platform. That sounds like even more of a nightmare. Having to maintain my own streaming platform. Um, yeah, so quick story here. I really like the TV show Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's a show from the 90s where a bunch of guys, like, it's like a ostensibly a science fiction show, but it's about telling jokes on B movies. So like a B movie plays and there's three guys sitting in front of the screen and they just it's a terrible movie and they make jokes about it. And it's really fun and funny. Well, there was recently a revival of this show because it seems like, nothing stays dead
No
forever, right?
underscored Fury just redeemed. He forgot to export again.
And so in this, as part of this revival, the team said, oh, we're also going to build our own streaming service and we're going to stream all these episodes from our own platform. It's going to be great because they're going to own it and we're going to own all the revenue and all this stuff. And they tried to build their own platform, and it turned out that it's way harder than they thought. And they thank you for the hydrate.
Kick off humanity just redeemed hydrate.
And they way overextended themselves, and it tanked, and it doesn't even work anymore. So, and they also lost out on their they were trying to make another season of the show, but it ended up costing way too much, and they actually had to cancel the Kickstarter. So, it's just having my own streaming platform sounds terrible. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, thank you, MD Fury. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Hyper says, "What's one thing you would recommend to people that are just starting out?" Build stuff. That's it. Really. Anytime you learn something new, I don't care what it is, like if you read something, you watch a tutorial, you read some documentation, immediately right there, turn around and build something with it. Doesn't matter how simple it is, even if you're just doing a console log, like you're like, "Oh, I just learned this new JavaScript method. I want to try it out." Okay, go to the console log the results, see what happens. Just do that. That's it. And so if you apply something, then that actually starts to build those little pathways in your brain, and it makes it stick. Sometimes when you read something, like you read it and you're like, "Oh yeah, this makes total sense to me. I get this." And then you walk away, you go do the dishes, you eat dinner, and then you're like, "Wait, what was that?" And I'm like, "Wait, how did that thing work? I don't remember. It made so much sense when I read it. I don't know. I don't know why it didn't stay in my brain." Well, it didn't stay in your brain because you didn't use it. So the minute you start using it and you start practicing it, then your brain literally starts building pathways between the neurons in your brain. You got these little neurons, these little units in your brain, and they speak to each other with electrical signals. They literally fire little zaps of electricity at each other. And the more you do something, the stronger the pathways between those neurons become. And so you want to make those strong pathways so you can remember this stuff. And the best way to do that is just practice it, use it, apply it. So that would be my biggest tip. And the biggest mistake that people make is they read a whole bunch of stuff and they think they're learning, but they're not. You don't learn it unless you start to use it. Yep. Glez says, "This may be a dummy question. It's not. But how do you join the 100 devs program?" Yeah, so Dan did 100 exclamation point 100 devs for you there. That'll take you to the website. If you scroll down a little bit on the page, it tells you how to apply. But you don't have to apply. Everybody gets in. Anybody can do 100 devs at any point. I would suggest that you go to the Discord. There should be a link in the application. Just head to the Discord and go see what it's about. I think you'll find that the community there is very similar to the community here, because a lot of the folks that are here in Twitch are also in 100 devs. Not everybody, but a lot of them. And so it's a very supportive community to be in. It's nice to have sort of a live learning experience with other people who are also learning. You can ask questions about your code. You can ask for help with interviews. There's several thousand members active at any point, all day, all night, all day, all night. There's usually several thousand people in the Discord, so it's a good place to be. And if you want to, if you do apply and you actually like submit the application, then if you do complete the course, you can get like a certificate at the end. But it doesn't matter. You're gonna have the skills you need. It doesn't matter. The certificate is just paper. Yeah, Pin says, functionally, it's best to interact with the code the presenter is creating if you're learning. Yes, that's why I do. I always encourage people that are here watching the stream to code along with me. So you have me on one screen, and then you open a VS Code window, and you're coding. You're literally writing code while I'm writing it, and you're checking yourself against the repo. That's why I always encourage people to code along. Kanka says, I love building and leak coding. Awesome. That's a great start. Dan says the book Make It Stick is about this topic and it's excellent. Yeah, there's lots of books out there. This stuff is proven with research, but unfortunately we don't learn it in school, right? We don't learn how to learn in school, which is just a travesty. You you know, you're expected to read things and listen to things in school, but you're never told how to retain that information, unfortunately. Pin says Twitch lacks an ability to broadcast various screens simultaneously. Yeah, I find that yes, normally when I'm writing code for myself, I do use multiple screens. For me, when you are streaming on Twitch, I have one screen. The screen you see right here, where my mouse is. This screen is obviously my presentation screen, but I have another screen, which is right over here, which is where I have all of my that's where I see chat, that's where I see subs, and that's where I see what you see. So my other screen is used explicitly, specifically to see what you see and to make sure that I'm displaying the correct stuff. Um, Peak of Humanity says, where do you go to find web dev projects to do in increasing order of difficulty? As a newbie to full stack dev, it can be hard to think of end to end projects across front end and back end. Yeah, so the best way is to come up with your own ideas. If you're having trouble thinking of ideas, my suggestion would be what frustrates you? Well, so number one, okay, two things. What do you enjoy? Everybody has things that they're excited about, pop culture that they love. Um, Things that maybe you love cooking, maybe you love hiking, maybe you love biking, maybe you love Marvel, maybe you love DC, maybe you love Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever, Pokemon, I don't know. And then also what frustrates you. So what sort of little annoyances do you have? Maybe you love to cook, but you have a hard time organizing your recipes. Maybe you love taking your dog to the park, but you don't know which parks in your area allow dogs. All of those things could be solved, or could be at least made easier with an app. Maybe you could be the one that builds that app, right? So there's a few different ways to, when people say, I don't know what to build, well, think about first what you like, and then also think about what frustrates you, and pick something from either of those lists. I tend to find myself coding from the frustration list. Like what annoys me, I just want to fix this, I'm going to build an app for it. But it just depends on what's your stronger motivator. Yeah, always solving a problem or trying to optimize something. Yeah, and frankly says they made their own radio program guide. Yeah, when Swedish radio got an open API, then they made a radio program guide. Yeah, because I assume you like Swedish radio. You never know. All right, and somebody mentioned what extensions do I have? Um, yeah, so I don't have all that many. Um, I have some support for Astro. I have code to write better comments. It allows me to do comments in different colors. I have Code Runner, which just essentially sort of creates a better console, so you can execute specific stuff and literally just run it and have it show up in like a special console down below. I have EJS language support. I have some React snippets. I have Live Server, which we were using today. I don't remember what this is for. Um, I have VS Code Pets, which puts a little pet in your VS Code. It literally does nothing productivity wise, but it puts a little animal in you. It puts a little cute little pet. Let's do cat. We'll do a light brown cat, and we'll name it Archie. Sure. And you can see down there see it puts a kitty, kitties in your VS Code. And then other than that, it's just I've got some color highlighting. I've just got these two highlighting apps are disabled. I didn't like them, so really that's it. Just these ones here. That's all I got. But yeah, I think the best one is probably the the VS Code pets. Yeah, for obvious reasons. Kitties. Jasmine says pets. Yes. Neat Coder says, "Have you ever made a VS Code extension?" I have not. No, I've never. It seems like I haven't found a place in VS Code where like I haven't been able to find an extension for something that I want to do. It's like there's always just one there that does what I want. So I'm just like, okay. I've not felt the need to build one. Jasmine said, "I looked it up. It's supposed to boost productivity. Sad it does nothing for you." Yeah, it doesn't really help my productivity, but it is adorable. See if you like if you yeah, it's if you hover your mouse over a little kitty, it like swipes at you. So cute. Meow. Put all the streamer point cats in there. Yeah, we could do that. We could have a channel reward for generate a VS Code pet. Yep. A VS Code extension to suggest variable names. Sure. Frankly said there are sites that list open APIs. Making projects around them can be good practice. Yes, absolutely. If you go through your list of things you like and things that you don't like, and you still don't have any ideas, then you can always just go and just Google interesting APIs and just build a project around that. I mean, that's basically why I built the project I built today. I literally Googled for like weird APIs or interesting APIs, and I came across this age one, and I was like, "There's no way that works. There's no way it can predict an age just based on a name and a country." And yeah, it totally can't. But that doesn't mean it wasn't fun to use and build something around. Even if it's even if it's functionally useless, it's still good practice. Peak says, how many hours a day do you spend coding? Well, I mean, I am employed. Like my day job is I'm a developer, so I'm a SQL developer though, so I don't do web development for my day job. Um, Typically, I mean, I obviously do work. Like, I mean, I spend 8 hours a day at work doing developer related stuff, which isn't always code, right? Some days it's meetings, some days it's documentation. It varies. Um, Primarily SQL stuff, a little bit of C sharp for work. And then as far as like the web dev side of things, that's usually what I do on the weekends. So obviously I have to prepare for these streams, right? I have to come up with the idea. I have to build and test the project. I have to make sure it works. So usually I spend a varying amount of time on Saturday building this, whatever project we're going to do. I build that for the first time on Saturday. I test it, I get all the kinks out. Um, and then on Sunday, I usually do another run through. I add notes. I review any pitfalls or changes I want to make. And then we go live and I build it again on stream on Sunday. So Saturday and Sunday are usually my web dev days. But yeah, there's really no typical amount of time I spend, just however much I want to, really. And that's the important part, is that you shouldn't like force yourself to do this. Um, I mean, obviously, if you're being employed to do it, then you should do it. But like as far as recreational coding, you shouldn't force yourself because that's how you burn out. Um, that's how you get in trouble. Madeline says nobody wants to work these days. This is a joke. Yeah, I nice callback. I got you. Hyper says, "What would you say is the hardest language to learn?" The one you don't want to learn, probably. Any language that you're enjoying learning and enjoying using is always going to be easier than a language that you really don't like. Brain says, "I'm a senior CS student without any internships, but I've been applying about 60 applications in the past week and a half. Good job. Are you also networking? Are you also talking to people in the industries that you want to be in? Actually, like not just applying, not just chucking your resume at them, um, but are you also connecting with them on LinkedIn, connecting with them on Twitter, making a personal connection to those people? You says, do you think HTMX will be the future? I have no idea. No clue. Frankly says, did you ever build a game? I have built a game. Yeah. I have built I did I've done Jeopardy. I've built Jeopardy. I've built that game of like Snake, the one where it goes and you have to like from the Nokia phones, you know, you have to eat the fruit. Yeah, I built that. I feel like I built something else too, and I can't think of it. But yeah, I've built at least those two games, and without any like not using anything other than what's here: JavaScript, CSS, HTML. Yeah. Yes, I built Snake with before I knew React. I built it with vanilla JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. It was not resource efficient. Let's just say that it reloaded the page a lot. But hey, that didn't stop me from building it. And that's the important thing, right? It's yeah, maybe it's not the best way to do it. Best, it's subjective, but I mean, if you can, why not? You says better or should it? Oh, okay, I see what you're asking. You're asking if you should learn HTMX or if you should stick with JSON and TypeScript. I mean, you can learn HTMX. There's no harm in it. Um, if you're trying to get employed, I would think I think JSON and TypeScript are much more popular. So I mean, and keep in mind that corporations are going to be like a decade behind the newest thing on the market. At minimum, they're going to be a decade behind, like what Twitter says is the new best thing. So just keep that in mind. Neat Coder says SQL is really cool to work on. You just build tables. I love SQL. Yeah, I mean that's what I get. That's what actually makes me money. I mean I make a little money from this, but everything I do with web dev is really just volunteer. So I mean I get paid to do SQL, and I'm happy with that. I like SQL a lot. Brain Froggy says, I'm not actively talking. No, God, I'm so awkward. That's not unusual. It's not unusual to be awkward, but the only way you're going to get past that is just doing it more. And I know that sucks. It's not something that you want to hear, but given that you're still like in school, right? You're still in college. Now is the perfect time to practice and get better at getting past that awkwardness. Because the only way to not feel so terribly awkward anymore and to not really, really, really hate talking to people is unfortunately doing it, getting some exposure, getting some of those pathways in your brain, like we were talking about before, right? How do you learn a new programming concept or a new method? You got to apply it. How do you learn to network better? You got to apply it. Now, that doesn't mean go out and talk to, Mark Zuckerberg or whatever, but it could be just sitting down with some friends and practicing some interview questions or practicing how to do a good coffee chat. Like, what questions should I ask in a coffee chat? That type of thing. How do I have a nice conversational flow? Practicing with some friends, practicing with a relative, practicing in the mirror. And then maybe setting up a mock coffee chat with a friend, and then maybe reaching out to someone that you kind of know on Twitter and asking if you could have a coffee chat with them, stepping it up slowly and practicing. Especially now, especially since you're still in school, like you are at the perfect place to start refining those skills. Grandma says English is the hardest language to learn. English is really, we were talking about this earlier. English is so hard. English is unforgivably difficult. It's so terrible. And as a native speaker, I'm like, wow, English is so weird. I have so much respect for people who learn English, who have to learn English later in life. I cannot imagine the level of difficulty. Brain Froggy says, I've only worked with Java, Python, C Sharp, SQL. Sorry, it says C++, SQL, and basic HTML. That's plenty. Holy cannoli. You've got like, I got my first dev job knowing only SQL. I didn't even know what those other words meant. Like, honestly, you have more than enough now to land that internship, to network with people, to have coffee chats with people in the industry. You are so ready. Oh, that's right. Drunk. Somebody asked what games I'd previously made. I did Wordle as well. Yeah, I made a Wordle clone also. I love Wordle. Peak says, given your background in data analytics, are you also upskilling yourself and working on machine learning and AI? If so, how? Nope, I'm not. Other than like learning how to use Chat GPT and stuff. But the thing about me is that I like analytics, but I don't like math. So there is a certain point that one reaches within like the data science, machine learning sort of space, wherein you have to like directly start applying really advanced mathematical concepts. And I don't like. I like looking up at that ceiling. I don't actually like breaking through it because I like the computers to do the math for me rather than me making the computer like rather than the computer making me do math. So personal preference. Oh, thank you, Pither. Yeah, feel free to check out Pither if you want to bounce over to them. They're scraping a web page. Nice, that sounds fun. Yeah, Pither, we'll raid you if you're still up. We'll raid you after this. Brain Froggy says my uni didn't teach any JavaScript. Maybe I actually need to learn some. I wouldn't. I would say that if you're trying to decide between learning a new language, which you already know like five, and networking, I would pick networking because with what you know already, you have more than enough to land an internship. You just need to get yourself out there and make yourself known. Now, I'm sure it probably sounds like more fun to pick up a new language, but unfortunately, the reality of the modern job market is that you gotta you gotta network, you gotta talk to people. Frank says, "Have you looked at processing?" I have not looked at any of those things. Madeline says Mark Zuckerberg coffee chat. Oh man. First question to Mark Zuckerberg. Are you actually a lizard? Kanka says, what if I live in a country where I can't talk to anyone? You can talk to people digitally. You're talking to me right now. That's the secret. So all the folks that have saying like they're saying, oh, I can't network, oh, I can't coffee chat. You are literally doing that right now. What are you doing? You are sitting down and you are talking digitally to someone who is currently working in the tech industry. You just had a coffee chat, my friends, and you didn't even know it. Yeah, you just did one. So, yes, you can talk to people, you can network, you just did it. Super says I now have cats on my VS code. I'm glad I could help. Hey, GD, welcome. Many thanks for all the help and many encouraging words and huddles. Hey, no worries. It's a fun time. I legit burned out working 9 to 6 when doing catch up crew and finally at a point where I was able to sort a schedule enough to peacefully study. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Yeah, that's a mistake a lot of people make. I shouldn't say mistake. That's a pitfall a lot of people run into is that they try to do the grind. They try to do the grind while they're working full time. And it's just too much. I mean, it's too much for anybody. It's not a personal failing at all. Um, it's just physically not sustainable. You got to come up with, you got to be kind to yourself. You got to come up with something that works for you. Ah, that's the first mistake, brain froggy. Don't compare yourself to other people online. Never ever. Don't do that. It's a recipe for disaster. Never compare yourself to other people online. Only compare yourself to who you were yesterday or last week or last month. Can you show an upward trajectory from who you were, you, not anybody else, who you were yesterday, last week, last month? Then you're doing great. Peak says, is there a specific date when 100 devs is starting? Is Leon's Discord the best place to be notified? Yes, go there. That's where it's. We don't know when it's going to start. It was supposed to start on March 5th, but our primary, so being a nonprofit, we have to have a fiscal sponsor anytime we do take in money. So we have some clients. We're building things for those clients. They pay us money. As one, when I say that, I mean 100 devs, and we needed a place to put that money that's like transparent and accessible, by so everybody can see what money's going in and what money's going out because nonprofit. But the holding entity for that money collapsed like 2 weeks ago, so we're kind of in a lurch right now. Unfortunately, we'll get it done though. It'll work out. It's just going to take a little bit. Brain Froggy, that's a great place to start. Yeah, sounds like a great project. Kanka says, "Oh, I'm networking. Yeah, you are right now. You, all of you people in Twitch chat, you are coffee chatting right now, and you are networking. You're networking with each other. You're talking to each other, right? You're networking with each other. You are networking with me. You're doing it. That's all there is." Hey, Marty, good to see you. Kanka says, "I'm a refugee living in Turkey and I learned English and did not learn Turkish." Okay, then you can interface with the, oh, thank you for the posture check.
Peak off Humanity just redeemed posture
So
check.
then you can interface with the English speaking tech market online, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on all those places. Yeah. So you can interface digitally with the English speaking tech market. Brain says, "I hesitate to say I know the languages and I am proficient in them. I feel like I'm an imposter." That's very common.
Marty
Oh, thank you
underscore
for the
software
hydrate.
underscore engineer just redeemed hydrate.
Yeah, so that feeling literally has a name, and it's called imposter syndrome. The important thing is to not let that hold you back. Recognize the feeling, acknowledge it, and say, "Yes, I feel like I may be inadequate right now, but the best thing that I can do to feel better is to keep building, keep marketing myself as a professional." And then you'll start to grow into that feeling of, yeah, actually, maybe I do know what I'm doing. Maybe I do know what I'm talking about a little bit. The important thing is to not let that feeling defeat you. The important thing is to power through it, acknowledge it's there, understand that it's okay to feel that way, but understand that it's a common feeling and that pretty much everybody goes through it, maybe more than, at least once, probably more than once in their career, no matter how high up the chain they are. And so just know that you have to keep going despite that feeling, and the only way to get through that feeling is to keep going. Brain says, "I feel like I know just enough to Google around and find what I'm looking for." Wait till you hear what real developers do, like who are actually employed. I Google so much. Like, I hope you don't feel like employed developers just have everything memorized, because we do not. I Google the simplest stuff sometimes. It's ridiculous. All right, everybody out there who's currently working as a dev, what is like the most basic thing you Googled recently? I'm asking chat. Go chat. What is, for those of you? It doesn't matter whether you're employed as a dev or you're a freelancer or whatever. Anybody who does dev stuff in chat, what's the simplest thing you Googled recently? Good to see you, Marty. Yeah, Madeline Googled how to split a string, right? That's a method. You had to Google how to split a string. Brain says I did that one the other day. Scoten says declare array in Java every single time. Yeah, I have to do so. I have to Google. I'm a SQL dev. Like, I'm a senior SQL dev. And I had to Google how to write a case statement in SQL, which is basically a switch statement. So in it's confusing, but in SQL, a switch statement is called a case statement. I had to Google how to do that because I forgot, being a SQL dev. Yeah. So as you're seeing in chat, people Google stuff like all the time. It's not unusual. And you don't have to have things memorized to work as a dev. Absolutely not. Google is like just an accessory to your brain. Yeah, Steel Toad said they had to Google switch syntax. Yeah, declare array in Java, how to reset styles. Yeah, the human brain cannot contain every single CSS property in existence. It's impossible. Yeah. And exactly, sometimes you're just using Google to kind of check yourself before you wreck yourself, right? Make sure you make sure you're doing it right. Yeah. So don't don't let those sort of internal doubts and uncertainties hold you back. Um, I mean, think about how many underqualified or even completely unqualified people are in positions of power all over the world. And like you're a truly qualified person, Brain Froggy. And so like go get it. Go, you're fine. You'll be fine. Anybody seems like anybody can get a job doing just about anything, if they just really commit to it and really network and talk to the right people and put themselves out there. And so it's all yours. And also too, don't look back on maybe those past mistakes and let them taint your future either. Yeah, maybe you didn't start applying right away, but yeah, like you say, the next best time is now, right? The best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The next best time is now. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and set up a raid. um, and I think I want to go see if hopefully Pither is still going. I think they were doing some Python and some data scraping, so that sounds like super duper fun. Hey Emma, welcome to the stream. We're just wrapping up. We're just about to do a raid, but I am on every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. So I'm, well, actually not. So I won't be streaming next Sunday. I'll be off next Sunday, but you can follow me on Twitter at Mayanwolf. So just my name here. Just follow me on Twitter, and you'll get updates on any of my future streams from Twitter. Emma, thank you so much for the follow. So nice of you. All right, I'm gonna get this raid going. Let's see what Pither's up to. Hopefully they're still going. Yeah, interplay. Many people in power sometimes are not too smart. We all have what we need to be amazing right here in the group. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 100%. Hyper, thank you so much for the follow. All right, let's get that raid page pulled up. Twitch changed the layout on me, so I'm still tripped up. And then they made it so I can't scroll. Come on, Twitch. I'll get there eventually. All right, there we go. Okay. Now I need to get the right name. Gotta scroll back up so I can, okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and raid Pither. They were participating in the chat earlier, and let's see what they are up to. I think they said they were going to be doing some Python. So if you're interested in more of the Python data analytics type stuff, then we're going to check them out and see what they are working on. All right. I will see you all in 2 weeks. So no stream next Sunday, but do check my Twitter. I will be uploading a bunch of my past streams to YouTube. So if you want ad free to be able to watch my past streams, I'm going to be uploading like a bunch of them to YouTube next weekend instead of a live stream. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. Thank you all for joining me today. I hope you had a good time. And let's go ahead and spread some love to Pither. All right, where's the raid button? Oh, Twitch. Okay, starting the raid now. I'll see you all in a couple weeks. Bye. Have a good one. All right, 10 seconds. And raiding now. See ya.